Hello, hello. Why? Oh my goodness. One, two, three, one, two, three. What's not plugged in? Can you guys not? You guys can't hear me, right? I'm not being lied to by my anything. Um, 1, 2, 3. Hello. Why can no one hear me now? I don't understand. Um, missed yesterday. That was the cockroach. You can hear now. Okay. I am not going to touch anything because my levels look like I'm not getting any audio at all. And I don't understand why. What if I change? Is it this? There we go. Now I can see that I have audio levels. Hi guys. Hey. Hi Daniel. Oh yeah, today's Wednesday. I was like for 1 second, I was like, did I get my days mixed up? No. It's California Diaries is tomorrow. We're on Maggie's second diary tomorrow, which will be, I'm very excited. But that one's going to be a real heavy one, so just need to make sure that everybody's okay. Um, it's like some kind of crazy stream. Yes, yes, it is. Let me move some stuff around. I love having the top-down camera, but when my desk is messy, I feel very called out. And it's my own doing. There, put that there. Hi guys. How do I feel about this camera? I personally like the camera being a little bit closer. At least, I'll have to move it back to where it usually is when like Gabe or anybody else is here with me because obviously there's not enough space, but it felt like you guys were so far away before. So I moved some things around. Hi Ellery. I might be in and out, both cleaning my room and working on Oh, that's fun. Have fun with that. Oh, sorry. Were you looking at the camera being like, something weird with that camera? Um, oh, yay, date. Looks like everybody's having a good day. I'm glad for Ellery and everybody else who puts this on while they're doing other stuff to be the background noise. I have not read it yet, but I will. Ah. I already popped a Benadryl tonight because that's allergies are a real thing. Pollen's over 4,000 today. Natty, I saw you ask about the yeah, I'm okay. No, I'm totally okay. I just have some allergies. But I'm all right. Um, I'm not crying yet. No, just kidding. Um, the cockroach, guys, you, Pollen, yes, guys. Anybody who was on live last night saw this. The cockroach showed up while I was on live. I swung at it with a broom, and then I thought I killed it, and then I went to pick up what I thought was its dead body with a wipe off the floor, and it ran away and went back there, and I haven't seen it since. And so I'm considering burning the house down and moving. So um, yeah, it was like southern snow. Jonathan Douglas, yes, it is. It really is. Burn it all. I know, right? My mom's like, how do you, I wouldn't even be able to sleep in there. I'm like, literally the first night that I saw it, I was gonna sleep on the couch and then I just ended up working, so I didn't even sleep. Cockroaches can fly. Well, this one I haven't seen fly yet. I beat it up pretty good, but I did not in fact kill it, I don't think. Hi, Owl. Joshua, yes. One time, my mom and I still tell stories about this to this day. When I was a kid, my mom took me to the pediatrician, and the pediatrician was in this. It was in like downtown Canton, which is up north in the middle of nowhere. And it was this old timey Victorian house that had been turned into a pediatrician's office. So basically, you're sitting in like the receiving room of this old house, and it's like the waiting room. And this little girl who was like 5 or 6 was being led out of the building with her mom. And in true Georgia fashion, this beautiful ornate door opens, and you just see yellow just like careening through the air. And this little girl goes, "Look, mommy, it's snowing." And the mom just goes, "No, honey, it's not snowing," and then just closes the door behind them. And we still talk about that to this day. If I see that roach again, I am going to make sure that it's dead. I think that's why it knows better than to come back out here. I hate. I don't like hate bugs, but cockroaches are so disgusting. Still haven't read any Paul Jennings stuff. One time I was in my bed crocheting when I noticed a massive spider run beneath my nightstand. I took a broom and I started hitting the floor beneath it to try and kill the fucker. Yep, I did that the first night, 2 nights ago when this cockroach showed up. I just started hitting back there because I saw it scurry under there, and then so I was just like hitting, trying to like scare it out. It didn't take me. If the cockroach takes the channel, if the cockroach takes the channel, I don't know. Maybe he'll be able to get the stuff working better. But hey, my new USB-C hub came in, so hopefully we won't have any more issues with the cameras. So far, it looks like the cameras are doing the respective camera things. So that's good. So we'll see. Stein censorship thing. No, I remember when I was in grade school and it was like the most contested series, like in school libraries, because they've been trying to keep kids from reading books for like ever. Just got an electric tennis racket to deal with the. Just get an electric tennis racket to deal with the roach. I need to hit it. I have a broom and I have a stool just outside there. I also have a baseball bat, which I'm told is excessive for a cockroach, but anybody who thinks that has not seen this particular cockroach and has not having had it living in their workspace for 2 days. And then play tennis with that, right? We've been to Florida, Georgia, Alabama. Oh, he'll get there soon. I didn't read about it, but I just read the title of an article saying he wasn't happy about his work being censored. I can imagine. Nobody likes their work being censored, especially when it's something like R.L. Stein writing books for kids and being like, really? Telling campfire stories to kids is bad now? All right. Oh, I have a bowl because I got stream snackies. Hang on. I grabbed a bowl because among other things, I got a huge bag of trolley crawlers. I got another bag of Kit Kats. Trolley crawlers and Kit Kats are like 2 of my favorite candies in the world. And so we needed more stream snacks because I finally have gone through all the snacks that we've been eating while we're in here. And so I took this opportunity to just get pounds of my favorite candy because of course I did. Stein is being accused of altering his books to have inclusive language? Wait. Is that... am I supposed to think that's a bad? They're like, yeah, how dare he be more inclusive? Is that the argument? Or am I confused? Woking the books. Wait. As soon as you see it, turn it on and get the little shit. I know, right? Hang on, it's gonna be very loud. I'm trying to open this bag, and I can never get it open. Ooh, I have scissors. Hang on. Got it. Okay, I have broken into the candy. What's going on? I'm so confused. He's saying someone edited his book to make them, in his words, woke. Oh, I see. He's mad that they have added more. Oh, it's interesting. What did they change? There's several things that I can think of that they would like to change, but it's probably none of the things that they actually did change. Oh my gosh. Well, again, my mom was joking with me yesterday about what if the thing shows back up while you're on live, and I was like, it's not going to show live, and it did. And I was incensed. I was so angry. Hi, Sammy. I'm good. How are you? Trying to widen their knowledge by making the books woke. I mean, isn't like if it's inclusive language? I mean, that's a good thing, right? Like, I don't know anything about this. I'm so confused. However, there are several things that if they were like, hey, what should we change? I would have some notes for Scholastic. I'd have a couple things that I'd be like, maybe change this. It's false if books have not been. Oh, okay. Wait, so this is. Oh, okay. Now I'm more confused. But glad that R.L. Stine isn't in the. I'm gonna wait for more explanation. Amount of fat shaming in these books, right? No, for real. If you're gonna change something, change that first and foremost, because that's pretty bad. Makes Leffy officially bi. I mean, apparently, it looks like it's not true. However, I will say that, like, if books are updated to be a little bit more inclusive, I don't see anything wrong with that necessarily. I guess it depends on the situation and, like, why they're doing it and what they're doing and whether it's actually helpful to people or not, you know? The problem is that deviates from authorial intent in the hypothetical situation here. However, I don't know because this is the first time I've heard of it. Yeah, I mean, that's true too. I mean, yeah, it's obviously a big, complicated situation, and it's the story basically said they were going to do the same thing they did to Stein's books, what they did to Roald Dahl. Oh, okay. I'm sort of torn on that because I think it's important to be more sensitive. However, I also think it's important to not censor so we sort of have a view into what was once seen as okay. Yes, Noah said it absolutely perfectly. It's okay, in my opinion, to look back on older media and be like, this is not okay. And we acknowledge that. Like, I think that's perfectly okay and healthy to do. Like, I don't believe in not talking about things. And, oh, thank you for the peppermint. Oh, I actually have some peppermint oil. That's a good tip. Sam confirmed that it wasn't true on Twitter. I follow him there, so I have seen the tweets from him. Okay, so I mean, we've read through what 11 of these books and a couple of 11 of the original and a couple of the newer ones together, and it's like there are definitely things, and I'm just like, hey, R.L. Stine, that's a little out of pocket. I also think it's okay to just be like, hey, we know that this is wrong now, and talk about it. I don't think we have to like sanitize things or not engage with them anymore. I think you can be critical of things and still understand that some things are good about it and some things are bad. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? I'm probably saying it very wrong. I would have thought peppermint candy. No, we have peppermint oil, which is actually where my brain went because, but yes, the little peppermints. That would be so funny if you just like put the little peppermints out. Uh, yes, you are. That means I'm making sense and not that I'm, yeah, but yes. Yeah, that's my take on all of that. So in this hypothetical situation that apparently isn't happening, I guess it would depend on what hypothetically they were doing. We take down Confederate monuments since we don't want to glorify the twisted shit they did. However, we still need to learn about it in our history. Remember the past, don't glorify it. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, my big thing is people who argue for keeping the Confederate statues. I know, for everybody new, they're like, I thought I was coming in to read Goosebumps. We are. Just real quick, since we like to be a diverse community who talks about things. Um, my argument towards people that are always like, keep the Confederate statues up because it's history. It's like, yeah, it's history, but statues are how you glorify history, so take them and put them in a museum so we can learn about it and be aware of it and not repeat the fucked up shit of the past, but also, like, you can't pretend that it didn't happen, but you should be able to say that it's wrong, if that makes any sense. Hi, Ethan. Guys, Ethan, can I show them the icon that you made? Sorry, there's like 4 comments going on. Not too mail here. I'm a bit busy, but have the stream on. Needed. Thank you, Paula. We appreciate you. Um, yep. Okay, so Ethan, by the way, made I believe I shared the first round of fan art that Ethan made. Ethan, I love Ethan's style of art, but Ethan made a pull up my email. Ethan made a icon for the channel, and I think it's just the coolest thing, and I'm going to put it everywhere. Let me find it to pivot. Yes, welcome to this channel where we do a lot of that here. I need to share this. Let's save this, download this, and then save it. The internet. Well, I want to say the internet. Computers don't like me, and I'm not good with them, so, you know, things happen. Have ADHD, and it shows. It really does show. There's an Adderall shortage in America right now. It's a lot. Weird. Okay. I'm gonna pull this up and then I'm gonna share it. So I just need everybody to see this because it's amazing. Studio, whoop. Studio mode. Turn this on. OBS crashed out of nowhere. I apologize. Can you hear me now? Good. Okay. There we go. Oh, sorry, guys. It is always chaos here. But you should be hearing me. You should be seeing me. You should be seeing this icon, which is very cool. And yeah, I just wanted to show that. Thanks to Ethan, we now have that. I'm focusing today while trying to study climate science in Starbucks. I went for a change of scenery. Couldn't focus and felt like there was something wrong with me. I hate it too. Digimega. Sour Bright Crawlers, yes. Green Connecties. Wait, can you guys still not hear me? You should be able to hear me now. Okay, everybody can hear me now. Okay, just making sure before I start reading, and then everybody's like, we can't hear. So, hello, welcome back. Welcome if you're new, welcome back if you're not. We appreciate having all of you here. Where is my live stream tab? It was here. I have too many tabs open. You know, you guys ever do that where you're just like, I have way too many tabs open? Now I don't know where anything is. There we go. Hello, guys. Okay. So here we are. We are going. Do you guys know it's been almost 2 months? I went and I was populating the stream, which I forgot to do until like the last second because of course I did. And I realized that we hadn't read a Goosebumps book or any R.L. Stine book in almost 2 months, which is so awful. We got to make sure not to let that happen again. And by me, I mean me, because it's 100% me. Yes, but in my brain, right? When I got diagnosed, my doctor explained it to me as having too many tabs open at once and not being able to close out of them. And I was like, so you're here to diagnose me, not come for my throat. The ads for Trolley Brand are nightmare fuel. How have I never seen the Trolley Brand stuff? We're all hearing the same thing. We're seeing the same colors. Existential crisis ensues. Anyway, I am going to get going. The tune in a Verizon ad. Can you hear me now? Good. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Good. And then that guy started rapping for Sprint, and that's like their whole selling point is that they got the Verizon guy. It was kind of funny. Okay. Anyway, this is book number 12 of the original Goosebumps series, and it has the little raised, bumpy Goosebumps on it, which I absolutely love. Okay, for a long time. Same. Let's see. I read this book cover. I read that this book cover was illustrated by a different artist who did the rest of the Goosebumps covers. I have read that too, and it definitely makes sense because when you look at the other, you can tell that it's a slightly different art. Like they're going for the same style, but you can tell if you really look at it. Let me find it differently. This one is one that came back. Where's one that's I'm trying to find one that's a good example. I can't find any that have like faces. I don't. Okay. God, let's grab. No, that's a new one. Let's grab this one. I don't know. It's pretty close. Like, I don't think anybody would be like, "Whoa, that's a wildly different style." Cuckoo Clock of Doom is a good example. Yes. Do I have the original? I know I have Cuckoo Clock of Doom. Do I have the original? Cuckoo Clock. Aha! Found it. Yeah, here we go. That is a very good example. It just looks a little less cartoony on this one, but they played it pretty close. It's pretty close. Are these the same artists? Wait, now let me Google it. I'm gonna Google it because now we need to know. Because I've heard the same thing about this article. That might just be fake news. Let's see. Real quick. Goosebumps art. Tim Jacobus and Jim Thiessen took turns on the first two. Scholastic ultimately went with Jacobus and ended up illustrating covers for over 100 books. So one of them covered, so it's this either the first or second one that's different. But then it ended up going with him. But I don't have the Stand of the Basement is the updated cover, so I can't consult on my own copies. Fernandez is the cover artist. Be careful what you wish for. I wonder if this is now. I'm just going on a detective. Yep, that is correct. According to this, that's according to the wiki, that's correct. Hey, Boots. Oh my god, guys, I'm gonna show it again. Oh my god, sorry. One last thing before we go live, before we go to this book. I want to show everybody the art that I got from Boots. Oh, hey, Rachel. Hey, Boots. Hey, everybody. I'll have to post a picture on the Discord because Boots sent me this artwork in this beautiful frame, and the frame, I picked it up when I got it, and it was just clear that you could hear the glass shattered, so you could tell that the glass, and I was like, oh no, oh no, and the artwork, by the way, is fine. The artwork is perfect. I'm gonna put it in a different frame, but I was like, oh no, I just felt so bad because I'm like, Boots put so much effort into this USPS. What did you do? It's like that scene from Ace Ventura where he's kicking the box down the street. But hang on. I already have a new frame. It just isn't in it yet. I play this new camera setup. But look at this. I'm a sailor, said she. I love this. This is perfect. I love this so much. Versus the tech ghost. I'm trying to move my arm. And Perry's there, and she's a little, like, she's got the little moon on her forehead. Isn't it cute? I love it so much. It's perfect. Thank you so much. I love it a lot. Video for next week. Yes, I have to work on the next video too. I have to get out to the new video upload has been pushed to tomorrow, and hopefully that will be soon. But isn't that cool? What's the cat is amazing. I'm so thankful. I love it. I'm gonna put it up on the wall next to the Avery Fox about stuff because it's just perfect. Okay. At the risk of not taking any more time to start, because like last night it took us over an hour to get to actual reading, let's look at the back of the book. Make a wish. Samantha Bird is a klutz. An accident waiting to happen. She's the laughingstock of the girls' basketball team, and that means rotten Judith Bellwood is making her life miserable on and off the court. But everything's about to change. Sam's met someone who can grant her 3 wishes for real. Too bad Sam wasn't careful what she wished for, because her wishes are coming true and they're turning her life into a living nightmare. Reader beware, you're in for a scare. Goosebumps, also available from R.L. Stine. Piano lessons can be murder. That's the next one. That's book number 13. That'll be the next Goosebumps we read from the original series. But yeah, let's do the things, guys. I've got 3 drinks because I never finished the shake that I was drinking before I got on stream. I'm gonna say hydrated as hell up here. Yeah, you know, it's a kid's book. God forbid you say hell. Which I never understood, because then you go to church and they teach you about hell all the time. Like, you guys know that my brother sent me that TikTok a while back, and it's one of my favorite TikToks, where the guy's like, just got kicked out of church for saying fuck the devil. What the fuck? I thought we hated that motherfucker. But that's like my favorite. Okay. Channeling all my ability to focus into this book. I love that one. I love that one too. Read this one when I was 10. I don't remember reading this one. But I don't remember. I know that I read some of them as a kid, but I don't really remember which ones I actually read. I just remember that I read some and that I watched the show. But I remember the show more than the books. So maybe I just never finished them all. Maybe that was often the case. When was this one? This was 1993. We are still in the 93 era, because if you forget like I do, they published about 1 million of these every year. And they still are. One video where they became a funeral. Good book. I like the episode. I remember seeing some of the episode for sure. It's nice though that I don't remember most of the plot line, so I can be kind of somewhat surprised all over again, except for like ones like Haunted Mask, Say Cheese and Die, some of those that are just like really ingrained in my brain from being a kid. Okay, let's see. Chapter 1. Judith Bellwood deliberately tripped me in math class. I saw her white sneaker shoot out into the air, too late. I was carrying my notebook up to the chalkboard to put a problem on the board. My eyes were on the scrawls in my notebook. I'm not the neatest writer in the world. Same girl. And before I could stop, I saw the white sneaker shoot out. I tripped over it and went sprawling to the floor, landing hard on my elbows and knees. Of course, all the papers flew out of my notebook and scattered everywhere. And the whole class thought it was a riot. Everyone was laughing and cheering as I struggled to pull myself up. Judith and her pal, Anna Frost, laughed hardest of all. I landed on my funny bone, and the pain vibrated up and down my whole body as I climbed to my feet and then bent to pick up my notebook. Papers. I knew my face was red as a tomato. Nice move, Sam, Anna called, a big grin on her face. Instant replay, someone else shouted. I glanced up to see a triumphant glow in Judith's green eyes. I'm the tallest girl in my 7th grade class. Oh my god, it's tall girl. R.L. Stine did it first. No, I'm just kidding. But do you guys remember that? No, correct that. I'm the tallest kid in my 7th grade class. I'm at least 2 inches taller than my friend Corey Blind, and he's the tallest guy. Well, that's not I mean, everybody is self-conscious about themselves for some reason, but being tall is cool. Like, trust me, if you were short, trust me, for personal experience, you would also get picked on. We don't have an annoying protagonist so far. That's a good sign. This girls go balls. They were mean to me again, like in the craft. Yeah, right. Well, I mean, don't bully people. And also, these are fictional bullies that I think only exist to be awful. So I think we're supposed to feel these feelings for them. Just trying to keep you feeling validated, Natty. I'm also the biggest klutz who ever stumbled over the face of the earth. Same. I mean, just because I'm tall and slender doesn't mean I have to be graceful, and believe me, I'm not. But why is it such a riot when I stumble over a wastebasket or drop my tray in the lunchroom or trip over someone's foot in math class? Judith and Anna are just cruel, that's all. I know they both call me Stork behind my back. Aw. Corey tells me they do. And Judith is always making fun of my name, which is Bird. Samantha Bird. Why don't you fly away, Bird? That's a very normal name. I'm confused. These allergies, I'm going to murder. We are Sam. We are all Sam, right? Okay. That's what she always is saying to me. Then she and Anna laugh as if that's the funniest joke they've ever heard. Why don't you fly away, Bird? Ha ha, big joke. Corey says that Judith is just jealous of me, but that's stupid. I mean, why should Judith be jealous? She's not 9 feet tall. You're probably not 9 feet tall. She's about 5'2", perfect for a 12-year-old. She's graceful, she's athletic, and she's really pretty with pale, creamy skin. Not creamy, I still have trauma. Big green eyes and wavy, copper colored hair down to her shoulders. So, what's to be jealous about? I think Corey is just trying to make me feel better and doing a lousy job of it. Anyway, I gathered all my papers together and shoved them back into the notebook. Sharon asked if I was okay. Sharon is my teacher. We called all the teachers by their first names here at Montrose Middle School. Huh. I muttered that I was fine, even though my elbow was throbbing like crazy, and I copied the problem onto the board. The chalk squeaked, and everyone groaned and complained. I can't help it. I've never been able to write on the chalkboard without squeaking the chalk. It isn't such a big deal, is it? I'm left-handed, so, girl, I get it. Writing on wipe-off boards has always been hell. I heard Judith whisper some crack about me to Anna, but I couldn't hear what it was. I glanced up from the problem to see the two of them snickering and smirking at me. And wouldn't you know it, I couldn't solve the problem. I had something wrong with the equation, and I couldn't figure out what. Sharon stepped up behind me, her skinny arms crossed over her ugly chartreuse sweater. She moved her lips and read what I had written. Trying to see where I had gone wrong. And of course, Judith raised her hand and called out, I see the problem, Sharon. Bird can't add 4 and 2 is 6, not 5. I could feel myself blushing again. Where would I be without Judith to point out my mistakes to the whole class? Everyone was laughing again, even Sharon thought it was funny, and I had to stand there and take it. Good old Samantha. This class klutz. The class idiot. My hand was shaking as I erased my stupid mistake and wrote it in the right numbers. Poor kid. I was so angry at Judith and at myself, but I kept it together as I walked carefully back to my seat. I didn't even glance at Judith as I walked past her. I kept it together until home ec class that afternoon. Then it got ugly. Poor kid. I would. Well, my intrusive thoughts are winning today. I know that feeling. Yeah, the chapters are pretty short in these books. I stand by the last statement, yeah. Oh yeah, after Model Land and Imagines and stuff, we've gotten accustomed to longer chapters, but these are pretty short. There is hot chocolate in contemplation. Ooh, I can feel the Benadryl kicking in. The drowsiness always kicks in a little bit before the fixing the sinuses thing. Imagines is the scariest. So far I find Model Land more scarring, but I know what you mean, you know? Chapter 2. Daphne is our teacher in home ec. I like Daphne. She's a big, jolly woman with several chins and a great sense of humor. What is that? What does the number for chins have to do with anything? I mean, she's saying she loves her, but maybe, I don't know. Feels like he's trying not to be body shamey, but he always is. The rumor is that Daphne always makes us bake cakes and pies and brownies so that she can eat them all after we leave the class. R.L. Stein! Come on, man. The fuck, R.L. Stein? I know, right? We just started Texas. To catch you up, this girl, we're only on page 5. This girl is being bullied. She's clumsy and, you know, just kind of awkward, and these bitchy girls in her middle school class are bullying her. What the fuck? I don't know. I don't think the crystal ball is a thing in this book. I think it may just be a cover thing. Well, it's like in Monster Blood, where the cover famously shows the monster blood dripping down the stairs, and I was so over Monster Blood, I got to the end of the book, and I'm like, but that didn't even happen. It never once dripped down the stairs like that. But oftentimes they were illustrating them during or even before the manuscript was completely finished, like during the manuscript was being written or before. So it was a lot of times the covers would be done before the actual book. So, you know, it's kind of tangential. That's kind of mean, I think, but it's probably a little bit true. Even at least R.L. Stein is aware, I guess, that he's mean. We have home ec right after lunch, so we're never very hungry. Most of what we make wouldn't make good dog food anyway, so it mostly gets left in the home ec room. I always look forward to the class, partly because Daphne is a fun teacher, and partly because it's the one class where there's no homework. The only bad thing about home ec class is that Judith is in it too. Judith and I had a little run-in in the lunchroom. I sat down at the far end of the table, as far away from her as I could get, but I still heard her telling a couple of 8th graders Bird tried to fly in math class. Everyone laughed and stared at me. You tripped me, Judith, I shouted angrily. My nose is running again, I shouted angrily. Oh man. I don't see the cockroach. I'm afraid that it has died back there, and I'm just gonna find a dead cockroach one day. Yeah, just for clarification, because R.L. Stein books don't really say this very well. Why is the focus? Oh, I know why focus is a little bit weird. Because I was holding up the book so high the other night so that everybody could see pages. That would be like so much just got in the trash. Oh no! Hang on. Oops, sorry. But sometimes that helps it recalibrate a little bit. Okay. My mouth was full of egg salad, which dribbled down my chin when I shouted, and everyone laughed at me again. Judith said something which I couldn't hear over all the noise in the lunchroom. She smirked at me and tossed her red hair behind her shoulders. I started to get up and go over to her. I don't know what I was thinking of doing, but I was so angry I wasn't thinking too clearly. Luckily, Corey appeared across the table. He dropped his lunch down on the table, turned the chair around backwards, and the way he always does, and sat down. What's 4 plus 2? He teased. 42, I replied, rolling my eyes. Do you believe Judith? I asked bitterly. Of course, I believe Judith, he said, pulling open his brown lunch bag. Judith is Judith. That's not an excuse. What's that supposed to mean? I snapped. He shrugged. A grin broke out across his face. I don't know. Corey is kind of cute. He has dark brown eyes that sort of crinkle up in the corners, a nose that's a little too long, and a funny, crooked smile. He has great hair, but he never brushes it, so he never takes off his cap. It's an Orlando Magic cap, even though he doesn't know or care about the team. He just likes the cap. Fair enough. He peeked into his lunch bag and made a face. Again? I asked, wiping egg salad off the front of my t-shirt with a napkin. Yeah, again, he replied glumly. He pulled out the same lunch his father packed for him every single morning, a grilled cheese sandwich and an orange. Yuck! Why does your dad give you grilled cheese every day? I asked. Didn't you tell him it gets cold and slimy by lunchtime? I told him, Corey groaned, picking up one half of the sandwich in one hand and examining it as if it were some sort of science lab specimen. He says it's good protein. How can it be good protein if you throw it in the trash every day? I asked. Corey grinned his crooked grin. Don't tell him that I throw it in the trash every day. He shoved the rubbery sandwich back into the bag and started to peel the orange. It's a good thing you came by, I said, swallowing the last bite of my egg salad sandwich. I was about to get up and go murder Judith over there. Someone in chat remind me to tell you the tuna fish story when we get to it's a set story. When we get to the breaking point of this between chapters. We both glanced down the table. Judith and the two eighth graders had their chairs tilted back and were laughing about something. One of the eighth graders had a magazine, People magazine, I think, sponsorship, and she was showing a picture to the others. Don't murder Judith, Corey advised, still peeling the orange. You'll get into trouble. I laughed, scornful laughter. You kidding? I get an award. If you murder Judith, your basketball team will never win another game, Corey said, concentrating on the orange. Ooh, that's cruel, I exclaimed. I tossed my balled up aluminum foil at him. It bounced off his chest and dropped to the floor. He was right, of course. Judith was the best player on our team. The Montrose Mustangs. She was the only good player. She could dribble really well without getting the ball tangled up in her legs, and she had a great shooting eye. But she's only 5'2", right? Didn't you just say that? Like, as a short person, I feel comfortable saying we're not very good at basketball as a general rule. I, of course, was the worst player on the team. I admit it, I'm a total klutz, as I've said, which doesn't get you very far on the basketball court. I really hadn't wanted to be on the Mustangs. I knew I'd sink. But Ellen insisted. Ellen is the girls' basketball coach. Ellen insisted I be on the team. Sam, you're so tall, she told me. You've got to play basketball. You're a natural. Sure, I'm a natural klutz. I can't shoot at all, not even foul shots, especially not foul shots. And I can't run without tripping over my own Reeboks. Second sponsorship. And my hands are small, even though the rest of me isn't, so I'm not good at passing or catching the ball. I think Ellen has learned her lesson. Tall ain't all. But now she's too embarrassed to take me off the team, and I keep at it. I work hard at practice. I keep thinking I'll get better. I couldn't get any worse. If only Judith wasn't such a hotshot, and if only she was nicer to me. But as Corey put it, Judith is Judith. She's always yelling at me during practice and making fun of me and making me feel 2 feet tall, which I sometimes wish I were. Bird, why don't you give us a break and fly away? If she says that one more time, I'll punch out her lights. I really will. What are you thinking about, Sam? Corey's voice broke into my bitter thoughts. About Judith, of course. I muttered, Miss Perfect. Hey, stop, he said, pulling apart the orange sections. You have good qualities too, you know. Aw, bless Corey. Oh, really? I snapped. What are my good qualities? That I'm tall? No, he finally popped the orange section into his mouth. I never saw anyone take so long to eat an orange. You're also smart, he said, and you're funny. Thanks a bunch, I replied, frowning. And you're very generous. Yeah, you're so generous. You're going to give me that bag of potato chips, right? He pounced on it before I could grab it away from him. I knew there was a reason for his compliments. I watched Corey stuff down my potato chips. He didn't even offer me one. Corey. Then the bell rang and I hurried to home ec, where I totally lost it. What happened was this. We were making tapioca pudding and it was really messy. Guys, did I tell you guys that I ordered that 1953 Girl Scout manual? I'm very excited. Rude, Corey. I know, right? It's really messy. We all had big orange mixing bowls, and the ingredients were spread out on the long table next to the stove. I was busily stirring mine. It was nice and gloppy, and it made these great glop glop sounds as I stirred with a long wooden spoon. My hands were sticky for some reason. I had probably spilled some of the pudding on them, so I stopped to wipe them on my apron. Natasha's been slowly getting me into boba because she loves boba, and I so far like it very much. But she's been urging me to not put the tapioca balls in there because she doesn't. She knows that I'm not big on tapioca, and she doesn't want it to kind of uh, bias me against boba. Tuna story. I will tell in just a second. Sorry, I keep pausing because allergies are horrible tonight. Um, so I stopped to wipe them on my apron. I was being pretty neat for me. There were only a few yellow puddles of puddling on my table. Puddles of puddling, huh? Alright, R.L. Stein. Most of it was actually in the mixing bowl. I finished stirring, and when I looked up, there was Judith. I was a little surprised because she had been working on the other side of the room by the windows. We generally keep as far apart from each other as possible. Judith had this odd smile on her face, and as she approached me, she pretended to trip. I swear she only pretended to trip. And she spilled her whole mixing bowl of tapioca onto my shoes. My brand new blue Doc Martens. Oh, I'd kill. Oops, she said. That's all. Just oops. I looked down at my brand new shoes covered in gloppy yellow pudding, and that's when I lost it. I uttered an angry roar, and went for Judith's throat. Do it. I didn't plan it or anything. I think it was just in temporarily. I think it was just temporary insanity. I just reached out both hands and grabbed Judith by the throat and began to strangle her. I mean, they were brand new shoes. Judith started struggling and tried to scream. She pulled my hair and tried to scratch me, but I held onto her throat and roared some more like an angry tiger. And Daphne had to pull us apart. She pulled me away by the shoulders, then thrust her wide body between us, blocking our view of each other. R.L. Stein, stop coming back to that. I'm sure she's a knockout. I was panting loudly. My chest was heaving up and down. Samantha! Samantha, what are you doing? I think that's what Daphne was screaming. I couldn't really hear her. I had this roaring in my ears, loud as a waterfall. I think it was just my anger. Yeah, anger tends to do that. Before I knew it, I had pushed myself away from the table and was running out of the room. I ran into the empty hall and stopped. If I didn't know what to do next. I didn't know what to do next. I was so angry. If I had 3 wishes, I told myself, I know what they would be. Destroy Judith, destroy Judith, destroy Judith. Little did I know that I would get some that soon get that I'd soon get my wish, all 3 of them. Okay, so there's a tuna fish story. I was working on a set that shall remain nameless. It was a very fun set. I had a lot of fun being there. I was doing a cafeteria scene because I'm a high school. I always got picked to play high schoolers because I'm so short, and everybody thinks I look younger than I am. So I was doing that, and they made a big announcement that they wanted people to know. They wanted to know on the first day of like a whole week of shooting. They wanted to know who was allergic to peanut butter, right? Because when you're doing cafeteria scenes, the easiest thing to do is just put peanut butter in between some bread, and that's the prop sandwiches. And like everybody was supposed to fill out a questionnaire, but then they didn't. But then there was faulty information, so their lists were wrong, and they were afraid of somebody having an allergic reaction, which nobody did, thankfully. So the next day we go in, and instead of peanut butter sandwiches, they have blanketly made tuna fish sandwiches for absolutely everybody, which is fine, except for the fact that prop food is not meant to be eaten. It's meant to sit out for days on end, which it did, and it was put in bags and then continued to sit out on end. And when I tell you, sitting in that cafeteria, opening up a bag to just smell old, disgusting, been out for 2 days tuna, it's not pleasant. Couldn't eat tuna for the longest time because of that, and still to this day, sometimes I get flashbacks, and it makes me a little nauseous. It was not Love, Simon. I did a lot of cafeteria stuff on that. That's a very good guess, but it was not that. How many people got sick? I have no idea. They always, always, always tell you. And by the way, if any of you do any extra work, here's rule number 1. Do not eat the prop food. You don't know where that food has been. It has been probably sitting out for days. It was not intended to be eaten. Don't do it. Even if somebody tells you, hey, you can eat that, unless you're like so on camera that they're insisting on it, don't. Right? At least this teacher, I like Daphne as for being the one that actually like. She should have gotten involved before it escalated so much, but you know, what are the teachers doing? Chat is happening because I'm very upset about what's happening in my country. I'm so sorry. I'm glad to be the distraction. One of these days, we'll need to go and find some creepypastas from like the height of creepypasta era and do some nostalgic creepypastas. Shows my insanity. Let's look. Violence is the answer today. Have the pearls. I don't know technically. I'm told that it's still valid boba. But I feel like it needs the tapioca. I know, Cameron, it's been almost 2 months. Trick. Get my video mailing your mother a recipe. No, I did not, but I have to look at that. She has asked for me, and I will get this from you later. She's like, she's been using the recipes and she's been cooking, but she's like, she feels bad that you're paying postage to send them, so she's like, just give him my email so that he can email them directly to me, and it'll be easier for him. So I've been requested to give you that information, and when I get off the stream, remind me. I will send you her email. The Tire Man. Creepypastas always scared me. And everybody was like, "Eh, they're not scary." I'm like, they are to me. For girls getting bullied. scripts I've sent you. I still have to look into them. Whoa, my Benadryl is kicking in, so if I suddenly look a little bit drowsy, that's why. Adriel, here's the next batch of recipes to Mama Van, and she is going to love it so much. Thank you for that. She appreciates it so much. And she was texting my aunt about the recipes and how much she loved them. So she will adore that. So, Adriel, this girl is getting bullied horribly by two girls in her class, and she wants to make them disappear. Well, there's one girl specifically, but then there's like a sidekick girl. Like in all the Disney, the DComs, the mean girls always have a best friend that follows them around and just like, yeah, do mean things. Gipper's Bin, I will look that up. She bullied so much. You know, violence is not the answer, but you can, defending yourself is valid, you know? There's a character gonna go, Carrie, we'll see. But yeah, so far, all we know is that she's just being bullied really hard. It's gonna work out like 16 candles. Well, let's see. Chapter 3. Daphne made Judith and me shake hands and apologize to each other after she dragged me back into the classroom. I had to do it. It was either that or be tossed out of school. It really was an accident, Judith muttered under her breath. What's your problem, bird? Not much of an apology, if you ask me. But I shook hands with her. I didn't need my parents being called to school because their daughter had tried to strangle a classmate. All the parents in chat are just viscerally having a reaction to thinking about having to do that, having to get that call. And I showed up reluctantly for basketball practice after school. I knew if I didn't show, Judith would tell everyone that she scared me away. I showed up because I knew Judith didn't want me to, which I think is as good a reason as any. Spite, it's the ultimate motivator. Natasha and I were just talking about this the other day. Also, I needed the exercise. I needed to run back and forth across the court a few hundred times and get the anger out. I needed to sweat out the frustration from not being able to finish strangling Judith. You know, in Lilo and Stitch, where she's like, I punched Brenda, whatever her name is, Myrtle, today. Or no, I hit her. You hit her before I bit her. You bit her. That's what I'm thinking of. Let's do some fast laps, Ellen suggested. Some of the other girls groaned, but I didn't. I started running before Ellen even blew her whistle. We were all in shorts and sleeveless t-shirts. Ellen wore gray sweats that were baggy in all the wrong places. She had frizzy red hair, and she was so straight and skinny, she looked sort of like a kitchen match. Ellen wasn't very athletic. She told us she coached girls basketball because they paid her extra and she needed the money. After running our laps around the gym, practice went pretty much as usual. Judith and Anna passed the ball to each other a lot, and they both took a lot of shots. Jump shots, layups, even hook shots. The others tried to keep up with them. I tried not to be noticed. Ooh, brain. The Benadryl is doing things. I was still simmering about the tapioca pudding disaster and wanted a little contact with Judith or anyone. I wanted as little contact with Judith or anyone as possible. I mean, she was really... I was really feeling glum. And watching Judith sink a 20-foot jumper, catch her own rebound, and scoop a perfect two-handed shovel past to Anna wasn't helping to cheer me up one bit. Good grief. It's okay if you want to sleep. No, I'm good. I want to be here. It's all kicking in. It's all doing the things. Hope it turns out more like Carrie. Nah, my parents would have been on my side. My parents would have been on my side too. My mom is a feisty Irish Portuguese woman, and she will absolutely throw a hand. My parents said, hey, don't take no shit. So when teachers weren't looking, I messed up a couple people with. My mom's motto when she has it on a throw pillow, it says, do no harm but take no shit. And I try to follow her example and live by that. No, not the roach. Time I heard someone use the word glum. I mean, it sounds like a very R.L. Stine word to me, you know? Getting the sugar in my body. It'll help. Um, where was I? Okay. Of course, things got worse. Anna actually passed the ball to me. I muffed it. It bounced off my hands, hit me in the forehead, and rolled away. Heads up, bird, I heard Ellen cry. I kept running. I tried not to look upset that I had blown my first opportunity of the practice. A few minutes later, I saw the ball flying toward me again, and I heard Judith shout, get this one, Stork! I was so startled that she had called me Stork to my face that I caught the ball. I started to dribble the basket dribbled to the basket, and Anna reached a hand in and easily stole the ball. She spun around and sent an arching shot to the basket, which nearly went in. Nice steal, Anna, Ellen cried. Ellen's the gym teacher, the coach. Breathing hard, I turned angrily to Judith. What did you call me? Judith pretended she didn't hear me. Ellen blew a whistle. Fast breaks, she shouted. We practiced fast breaks there at a time, three at a time. Dribbling fast, we'd pass the ball back and forth. Then the one under the hoop with the ball was supposed to take the shot. I need to practice slow breaks, I thought to myself. I had no trouble keeping up with the others. I mean, I had the longest legs after all. I could run fast even though I just couldn't do anything else while I was running. As Judith, Anna, and I came roaring down the court, I prayed I wouldn't make a total fool of myself. Sweat poured down my face. My heart was racing. I took a shot pass from Anna and dribbled it under the basket and took um, dribbled under the basket and took a shot. The ball flew straight up in the air, but then bounced back to the floor. It didn't even come close to the backboard. I could hear girls laughing on the sidelines. Judith and Anna had their usual superior smirks on their faces. Good eye, Judith called, and everyone laughed some more. After 20 minutes of fast break torture, Ellen blew her whistle. Scrimmage, she called out. That was the signal for us to divide into two teams and play each other. I sighed, wiping perspiration off my forehead. With the back of my hand, I tried to get into the game. Get your head in the game. But I was pretty discouraged. Then a few minutes into the game, Judith and I both dove for the ball at the same time. Somehow, as I dove, my arms outstretched, Judith's knee came up hard and plunged like a knife into my chest. The pain shot through my entire body. I tried to cry out, but I couldn't make a sound. I uttered a weird gasping noise, sort of like the honk of a sick seal. Oh no. And realized I couldn't breathe. Everything turned red, bright, shimmering red, then black. I knew I was going to die. Christ, this poor kid. Time and my mom and the counselor were not good with that. Yeah, Good on your mom and that counselor. Not that you knew any better as a kid, but good for them for being like, no. When I was little, we had some family friends who had daughters who were a little older than me. And like they were probably in late elementary school, and I was very, very small. They thought it would be funny as a game to lock me into a closet with the lights off. My mom was furious. To me, she can. Moms are the best. Yeah, Audrey, I'm sure that was very awkward as a kid. Because you're like, it wasn't my fault, but it is. I am glad that they were like, that's what we're not gonna do. She's just having a day. She's having a terrible day, this poor kid. Been bullied at the cafeteria in middle school. I echoed. My teacher got it shouted, "No, this is a cafeteria. No." Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Then our fake. Yep. I had a couple of those growing up. The ones who are like, "No, we're friends," but then just kind of make fun of you all the time. Someone had done that in high school with one guy. Yeah. Let us continue. I don't have this. Stay out of the basement, Night of the Living Dummy. I guess we'll see. Harass me, knew it bothered me, and said nothing. Oof, bad teacher. Very bad. Very bad, not good teacher. I'm very sorry to hear that. Chapter 4. Your breath knocked out has to be the worst feeling in the world. It's a pretty unfun feeling, I can tell you that. It's just so scary. You try to breathe and you can't, and the pain just keeps swelling like a balloon being blown up right inside your chest. I really thought I was dead meat. Of course, I was perfectly okay with a few minutes. I was perfectly okay a few minutes later. I still felt a little shaky, a little dizzy, but I was basically okay. Ellen insisted that one of the girls walk me to the locker room. Naturally, Judith volunteered, and as we walked, she apologized. She said it had been an accident, totally an accident. I didn't say anything. I didn't want to hear her apologize. I didn't want to talk to her at all. I just wanted to strangle her again. She's really hell bent on strangulation. This time for good. I mean, how much can one girl take in one day? Judith had tripped me in math class, dumped her disgusting tapioca pudding all over my new Doc Martens in home ec, and kicked me unconscious in basketball practice. Did I really have to smile and accept her apology now? You don't have to accept the apology. You can forgive her, but still keep your distance and have your own peace. Do what's right for you. No way. No way in a million years. I trudged silently to the locker room, my head bent, my eyes on the floor. When she saw that I wasn't going to buy her cheap apology, Judith got angry. Do you believe that? She shoves her knee through my chest, and then she gets angry. Why don't you just fly away, bird, she muttered. Then she went trotting back to the gym floor. I got changed without showering. Then I collected my stuff and slunk out of the building and got my bike. That's really the last straw, I thought, walking my bike across the parking lot in the back of school. It was about half an hour later. The late afternoon sky was gray and overcast. I felt a few light drops of rain on my head. The last straw, I repeated to myself. I lived 2 blocks from the school, but I didn't feel like going home. I felt like riding and riding and riding. I felt like just going straight and never turning back. Sounds like you're using the physical exertion as anxiety management, which I also do. I was angry and upset and shaky, but mainly angry. Ignore the raindrops. I climbed onto my bike. Ignoring the raindrops, I climbed onto my bike and began pedaling in the direction away from my house. Front yards and houses went by in a whir. I didn't see them. I didn't see anything. I pedaled harder and harder. It felt so good to get away from school, to get away from Judith. The rain started to come down a little harder. I didn't mind. I raised my face to the sky as I pedaled. The raindrops felt cold and refreshing on my hot skin. Excuse me. When I looked down, I saw that I had reached Jeffers Woods, a long stretch of trees that divides my neighborhood from the next. A narrow bike path twisted through the tall old trees, which were winter bare and looked sort of sad and lonely without their leaves. I took the path, seeing how fast I could ride over its curves and bumps. But the sky was darkening, the black clouds hovering low, and I saw a glimmering streak of lightning in the sky over the trees. It's Thor. I decided I'd better turn around and ride home. But as I turned, someone stepped in front of me. Is it Thor? No. A woman! I gasped, startled to see someone on this empty road by the woods. I squinted at her as the rain began to fall harder, pattering on the pavement around me. She wasn't young and she wasn't old. She had dark eyes like two black coals on pale white face. Her thick black hair flowed loosely behind her. Her clothing was sort of old-fashioned. She had a bright red heavy woolen shawl pulled around her shoulders. She wore a long black skirt down to her ankles. Her dark eyes seemed to light up as she met my stare. She looked confused. I should have run. I should have pedaled away from her as fast as I could. If only I had known. But I didn't flee. I didn't escape. Instead, I smiled at her. Can I help you? I asked. Just stop being so sensitive. Oh my god, I used to get that all the time. Still do. People like say some awful stuff to you and then they're just like, oh my god, you're so sensitive to be mad at me. You're too much. It's like, yeah, go find less. Too much. Yeah, those are called feelings. Who named someone Judith? It's Judith. I'm probably saying it in a way but it's Judith. Spent it or something like no one is doing anything and I hate it. Social hierarchy shit. Yeah, sorry, that's my bad. That's probably just my accent voice, what have you. It's Judith. Judith. No, you're good. No need to apologize. In middle school, when I reported the bullying, I got told to stop tattling and grow up. Oh, good. And they wonder why kids don't go to parents for help. That sounds like something out of a Goosebumps book. That sounds like something out of a Series of Unfortunate Events book. Oh, they're still full of shit still. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna get a call from Mrs. Wilson. I may have yelled at Drake in the cafeteria. And my mom said, oh God. You guys have heard a little bit about my grandmother, not the one that lives with me, who is Grandma Judy, who is the most amazing person ever, but my other grandmother, who we don't talk to. She definitely doesn't like me, because she's a crazy, like, super horrible person for a number of reasons. Um, but she messaged me on Facebook, I want to say years ago, out of the blue, talking about some like anti-gay bullshit, and I just like went off on her in a direct message, and then I went downstairs and I said to my mom and dad, "Hey, you might hear from some of our family members that I was being a real bitch to grandma so and so, and I just want you to know I regret nothing. I would do it again, and I am not sorry." They understood. Valentine, my aunt and I would read Goosebumps together. She'd get so interested in them that she'd read through the book whenever she had free time. That's cute. Welcome. I'm sorry. I read that as My Alien Valentine. It's Ms. Aileen Valentine. I am all apologies. But My Alien Valentine would be a great name for band. Hi, Milo. Half-assed or poorly, it makes things 5 times worse. Yup. All right. I'm calling one of my grandma egg recently. My dad told me to stop, and I said, "Well, when she stops being one, then I'll stop." My parents are very, they cut off my other grandmother for very valid reasons, so they were not upset. But I just needed to inform them. To tell me that I was in for a treat when I got to the end. Cute. That's so cute. My mom would read books. She'd mainly I read books on my own, but she would read books with my little brother all the time, and they'd get like super invested. It was like a little book club. It was very cute. In favor of cutting off bad family members. Yep. If people aren't gonna respect you, it doesn't matter that they're your family. You still have a right to not deal with their shit. Rude to my mom, so I don't like her. Oof. Sounds like a copyright neutral reference to My Chemical Romance, doesn't it? My Alien Valentine. That should be a t-shirt, a band name that gets a t-shirt, shouldn't it? My Alien Valentine. Tell me when they say that, and I'll talk to them. Yeah, good for Mama Patrick. Mrs. Gaddis. My Alien Valentine. Daniel, make that a fanfic. I will make it a t-shirt, I promise. Alright. Chapter 5. The woman's eyes narrowed. I could see she was checking me out. I lowered my feet to the ground, balancing the bike between my legs. The rain pattered on the pavement, big, cold drops. I suddenly remembered I had a hood on my windbreaker, so I reached up behind my head and slipped it over my hair. The sky darkened to an eerie olive color. The bare trees in the woods shivered in a swirling breeze. The woman took a few steps closer. She was so pale, I thought almost ghost-like, except for the deep, dark eyes that were staring so hard at me. Look, some of us have that combination. Look, we didn't ask for it. To my surprise, she had an old woman's voice, sort of shaky and frail. I squinted at her from under my hood, then raised. The rain was matting her thick black hair to her head. It was impossible to tell how old she was. She could have been 20 or 60. This is Montrose Avenue. Or, this is Montrose Avenue, I told her, speaking loudly because of the drumming of the raindrops. Actually, Montrose ends here at the woods. Okay, so she said, I seem to have lost my way, in a little old lady voice. And then that was what was tipping her off to the voice. She nodded thoughtfully, pursing her pale lips. I'm trying to get to Madison, she said. I think I've completely lost my direction. I don't know what that's like. You're pretty far from Madison, I said. It's way over there, I pointed. She chewed at her lower lip. I'm usually pretty good at directions, she said fretfully in her shaky voice. She adjusted the heavy red shawl over her slender shoulders. Madison is way over on the east side, I said with a shiver. The rain was cold. I was eager to go home and get into some dry clothes. Can you take me there? The woman asked. She grabbed my wrist. I almost gasped out loud. Her hand was as cold as ice. Stranger danger! This is a stranger! You are in danger! Can you take me there? She repeated, bringing her face close to mine. I would be ever so grateful. She had taken her hand away, but I could still feel the icy grip on my wrist. Why didn't I run away? Why didn't I raise my feet to the pedals and ride out of there as fast as I could? I don't know. These are the questions we're all asking. Sam. Sure, I'll show you where it is, I said. Thank you, dear, she smiled. She had a dimple on one cheek when she smiled. I realized she was kind of pretty in an old-fashioned way. I climbed off my bike and, holding onto the handlebars, began to walk it. The woman stepped beside me and adjusted her shawl. She walked in the middle of the street, her eyes trained on me. Not creepy at all, definitely not at all creepy. Okay. The rain continued to come down. I saw another jagged bolt of lightning far away in the olive sky. The swirling wind made my windbreaker flap against my legs. Am I going too fast? I asked. No, dear, I can keep up, she replied with a smile. She had a small purple bag slung over her shoulder. She protected the bag by tucking it under her arm. She wore black boots under the long skirt. The boots I saw had tiny buttons running up the sides. The boots clicked on the wet pavement as we walked. Click, click, click. I am sorry to be so much trouble, the woman said, again pursing her lips fretfully. No trouble, I replied. My good deed for the day, I thought, brushing a drop of rain off my nose. I love the rain, she said, raising her hands to it, letting the raindrops splash her open palms. Without the rain, what would we wash the evil away? Let me read that again. Without the rain, what would wash the evil away? Creepy old lady alert, creepy old lady alert. Please refrain from confessing to murder on screen. I'm sorry to hear that, Patrick. That's a weird thing to say, I thought, muttering a reply. I wondered what evil she was talking about. Her long black hair was completely soaked, but she didn't seem to mind. She walked quickly with long, steady strides, swinging one hand as she walked, protecting the purple bag under the other arm. A few blocks later, the handlebars slipped out of my hands, my bike toppled over, and the pedal separated. I almost read separated my knee, and then I got huge empathy pain. Scraped my knee as I tried to grab the bike before it fell. What a klutz! I pulled the bike up and began walking it again. My knee throbbed, I shivered, the wind blew the rain into my face. What am I doing out here? I asked myself. The woman kept walking quickly, a thoughtful expression on her face. It's quite a range, she said, gazing up at the dark clouds. This is so nice of you, dear. It isn't too far out of my way, I said politely, just 8 or 10 blocks. I don't know how I could have gone so far astray, she said, shaking her head. I wasn't sure I was headed in the right direction. That's when I came to those woods. We're almost there, I said. What is your name? She asked suddenly. Stranger danger, stranger danger. Samantha, I told her, but everyone calls me Sam. My name is Clarissa, she offered. I'm the Crystal Woman. I wasn't sure I'd heard that last part correctly. I puzzled over it, then let it slip from my mind. It was late, I realized. My mom and dad might already be home from work, even if they weren't. My brother, Ron, would probably be home wondering where I am. A station wagon rolled towards us, its headlights on. I shielded my eyes from the bright lights and nearly dropped my bike again. The woman was still walking in the center of the street. I moved towards the curb so she could move out of the station wagon's path, but she didn't seem to care about it. She kept walking straight, her expression not changing, even though the bright headlights were in her face. Look out, I cried. I don't know if she heard me. The station wagon swerved to avoid her and honked its horn and as it rolled by. She smiled warmly at me as we kept walking. So good of you to care about a total stranger, she said. The streetlights flashed on suddenly. They made the wet street glow. The bushes and hedges, the grass and the sidewalks, everything seemed to glow. It all looked unreal. Gosh. Benadryl's kicking my ass, but anyway. Here we are. This is Madison, I said, pointing to the street sign. Finally, I thought. I just wanted to say goodbye to this strange woman and pedal home as fast as I could. Lightning flickered closer this time. What a dreary day, I thought with a sigh. Then I remembered Judith. I had almost blocked out Judith. Damn it, book. The whole miserable day suddenly rolled throughout my head again. I felt a wave of anger. Hang on, I'm just moving my camera. Give me 1 second. Switch cameras for a second. I just wanted to say goodbye to the strange woman, pedal home as fast as I could. Lightning flickered close to this time. What a dreary day, I thought with a sigh. Then I remembered Judith. The whole miserable day suddenly rolled through my mind again. I felt a wave of anger sweep over me. Which way is east? The woman asked, her shaky voice breaking into my bitter thoughts. East? I gazed both ways on Madison, trying to clear Judith from my mind. I pointed to the rain against me. I tightened my grip on the handlebars. Wait. The wind picked up suddenly, blowing a sheet of rain. Okay, I'm good. Against me, I tightened my grip on the handlebars. You are so kind, the woman said, wrapping the shawl around her. Her dark eyes stared hard into mine. So kind. Most young people aren't kind like you. Thank you, I replied awkwardly. The cold made me shiver. Again. Well, goodbye. I started to climb onto my bike. No, wait, she pleaded. I want to repay you. Huh? I uttered. No, really, you don't have to. I want to repay you, the woman insisted. She grabbed my wrist again, and again I felt a shock of cold. You've been so kind, the woman repeated. So kind to a total stranger. I tried to free my wrist, but her grip was surprisingly tight. You don't have to thank me, I said. I want to repay you, she replied, bringing her face close to mine, still holding onto my wrist. Tell you what, I'll grant you 3 wishes. All right, I need a second. Spawn 93, hi. Hope your night's going well. It is, thank you. I feel if I seem a little loopy or tired, it's just because I had to take a Benadryl, but that's gonna wear off. It's fixing my sinus problems right now. For the kids getting Bond. James Bond. Hello, James. Hi, Derp. I gave most of my old Goosebumps books to my nieces. To my niece. Oh, that's cute. Goosebumps sleeping bag, the tapes. They had these shoes that had illustrations of Ghost Camp on them. That's so cool. Missed a lot in chat. Hang on. By Anthony Valentine. In a nutshell, my hospital order. Make that call. Run or water hydration and bother nurse. Yeah, right. First before anything physical nowadays. Yep. It's never a good situation to be in, I can imagine. Um, oh, all the stuff that this lady says? Yeah, probably. This older lady, we don't know how old she is, could have been based off of several women from my old church. Use her elective because of her dyslexic class. Oh, hell no. I throw the most respectful tantrum known to man. You do it, Texas. You get him. Austin. Hey, Austin. Yes, I do happen to have the. Let's go back to this. Whoop. Or not. Yeah, this is actually the original artwork copy. It's even got the raised goosebumps. My brother hates when I do this, but it's just a. I do this like as a nervous habit all the time. Tracing. I have most of my old goosebumps. Oh, nice. Yep, yep, yep. Punished for having disability. They all fix it real quick. They're like, ah, shit. Rough pulling kids out of their classes. Ooh. New York Spawn 93. Why? Yikes. Just reading Milo's message about being pulled out of school. That's it. I'm calling the cops, you creepy old lady. She ran into the crystal woman, whoever that is. Nah, fuck that. Triple mutants. Worse than taking candy from strangers? Yep. Put that in the wrong place. Oh no! I do love seeing crochet updates. Your argument is invalid. I like it. You need to go to bed. I know the feeling, Texas. Crystal woman equals local meth dealer. Yeah. You know how much Kindle weighs. Oh, I love the name Kindle for the kitty. Doing an adult joke. It did hit me, but that can just be me. Code name for the meth dealer, Crystal woman. I like it. So many crystals. I have quite a few crystals too. Sorry, I didn't exist in chat tonight. Don't be sorry. Brain is doing zoomies. Know that feeling. Person all writing. I hope that goes well. Yes. 2 last night and dreamed I got. Oh my god, I took 1 Benadryl because I had no other choice because my allergies were just that bad. And now it's just like my whole body is just like, haha. And I'm like, no. That sounds badass, Patrick. It does. Yeah, I need to cover the episode of this one. That's Crystal I knew was a bitchy manager. It's funny how we associate faces to names or like personality types to names, isn't it? Time to think words, however. I know that feeling, Ellery. I'm sure you'll get there. Okay. Laser, we call them flip-flops here too. It's specific pockets of America that call them thongs, and I've never understood that. I mean, I get it because of the design, but we call them flip-flops because that's the sound that they make. Yes, if someone wants to share the Discord server link in chat and pin it so that anybody who wants to join and be a new Discord friend, feel free to do that. Okay. Ooh. I'm just trying to get the sugar is slowly taking over my brain. Chapter 6. She's crazy, I realized. I stared into those coal black eyes. Rainwater trickled from her hair down the sides of her pale face. I could feel the coldness in her hand, even through the sleeve of my windbreaker. The woman is crazy, I thought. I've been walking through the pouring rain for 20 minutes with a crazy person. I've been falling for 30 minutes. 3 wishes, the woman repeated, lowering her voice as if not wanting to be overheard by anyone. No, thanks. I've really got to get home, I said. I tugged my wrist from her grasp and turned to my bike. I'll grant you 3 wishes, the woman repeated. Anything you wish shall come true. She pulled something from it. Wait, she moved the purple bag in front of her and carefully pulled something from it. It was a glass ball, bright red, the size of large grapefruit. It sparkled despite the darkness around us. Can't tell in the picture where she's supposed to be standing. That's nice of you, I said, wiping water off the bike seat with my hand. But I don't really have any wishes right now. Please, let me repay you for your kindness, the woman insisted. She raised her gleaming red ball in one hand. Her hand was small and as pale as her face, the fingers bony. I really do want to repay you. My mom will be worried. She glanced up. Um, I said, glancing up and down the street. No one in sight. No one to protect me from this lunatic if she turned dangerous. They give me anxiety too, Miss Aileen. Um, my mom would be worried. Um, just how crazy was she? I wondered, could she be playing? Could she be dangerous? I was making her angry by not playing along, by not making a wish. It isn't a joke, the woman repeated, reading the doubt in my eyes. Your wishes will come true. I promise you, she narrowed her gaze. The red ball suddenly glowed brighter. Makes your first wish, Samantha. Well, this is not a glowing. Well, I guess it's pink purple. We'll let it slide. I was going to say that is not red. I stared back at her, thinking hard. I was cold and wet and hungry and a little frightened. I just wanted to get home and get dry. What if she won't let me go? What if I can't get rid of her? What if she follows me home? All right, back is hurting. Sitting back here again. Again, I searched up and down the block. Oh, God. I searched up and down the block. Most of the houses had lights on. I could probably run to the nearest one and get help if I needed it. But I decided it might be easier just to play along with the crazy woman and make a wish. Maybe that would satisfy her and she'd go on her way and let me get home. I was. What is your wish, Samantha? She demanded. She suddenly looked very old, ancient. Her skin was so pale and tight I thought I could see her skull underneath. Ooh, gosh, that's a terrifying image. I froze. I couldn't think of a wish. And then I blurted out, my wish is to be the strongest player on my basketball team. I don't know why I said it like that. I guess I was just nervous. And I had Judith on my mind and all that had happened that day, ending up with the pick. With the disaster at basketball practice. And so that was my wish. Of course, I immediately felt like a total jerk. I mean, of all the things to wish for in the world, why would anyone pick that? But the woman didn't seem at all surprised. She nodded, closing her eyes for a moment. The red bowl radiated around me, then quickly faded. Clarice thought. Clarice thanked me again. Wait, let me go back. I missed something. Brighter, brighter, until the fiery green radiated around me. Then it quickly faded. Clarissa thanked me again, turned, tucked the glass bat ball back in the purple bag, and began walking quickly away. I breathed a sigh of relief. I was so glad she was gone. I jumped on my bike, turned it around, and began pedaling furiously towards home. A perfect end to a perfect day, I thought bitterly, trapped in the rain with a crazy woman. And that wish. I knew it was totally stupid. I knew I'd never have to think about it again. Well, since this is the title of the book, then it probably is not completely accurate. When she's like, oh, I'll never have to see it or think about it again. Honestly, Texas, that's right, and it feels like the roach did it on purpose just to spite me. You're about to think differently, Sam. Yep. Hang on, guys. I'm running 10-1. I will be right back. I'm back and I found more Supreme Snacky. Fun eternity later. Oh, the cockroach? I wish the cockroach would show his stupid face again, because I would love to have another crack at killing him. I'm afraid that he is a carcass back there, and now I'm gonna have to clean out my my closet space with that in mind. Thought you'd succumb to the Benadryl for a minute there? I was only gone for like 5 minutes. I just had to run 10-1. Or was I incoherent while I was reading? If so, I apologize. I got it. What's new, Scooby-Doo? I half spoke that, half read it. I couldn't decide. Pray the roaches. Cockroaches breathe like crazy. Oh, yeah. It's not a monkey paw. No. Where do we think Gilbert will travel to next? Like Flat Stanley. Slowly move out of frame. Oh, was I just, does it, it probably is weird because I have to go around now, I hope. Hope that's it. Getting the sugar in my system so the Benadryl doesn't win out. Gilbert's trying to be a traveling detective. My Devil Wears Prada in my closet. The cockroach, oh god. Should write the Gilbert Files, yes. So yeah, sorry if I seem a little Benadryl drugged out, dudes. I hope it hasn't made the stream bad. Those Hocus Pocus dolls. Aileen, these are from Noah. Noah Hutchins, who, by the way, the only thing I don't like about the current setup with the camera is that no one can see Dragon Beam. But we're still going to use the bigger setup when other people come around. But Noah also made him. They're beautiful. I absolutely love them. And they've been sitting exactly where you see them ever since I got them, with the exception of we gave them their own box basket instead of a regular shelf because they kept falling off. Kit Kat, yes. Also known as my version of a Scooby snack. I will 100% go into a life or death situation for those. How did Velma get a season 2? They gave it a season 2 before it even aired. Break me off a piece of that fancy feast. I would do it for a very large Kit Kat bar, yeah. Fill with fire, yep. Yep. Bury the Velma show to the grave. Okay. Where were we? She. Okay, so she wished to be the strongest player on the basketball team. Um. Okay. So she got home, and she wished to be the best basketball player, or the strongest player. She's like, that's not gonna actually work, right? Drowned in Scooby snacks. Not watched Velma, and from the clips I saw, I probably never watched it. Don't watch it. Not worth it. I did a video on the first 2 episodes. If you're interested to see me covering it, I won't even cover any more episodes. It's just that bad. These videos is good enough. Oh, thanks, Texas. Alright, let's start chapter 7. I wasn't buggy that I made that completely unintelligible, did I? I was coherent to everybody. I don't have to go back and reread. There's a moment there where I thought I was going to fall asleep, but I did not. Hate watching it. It's not worth it. Velma is the worst show ever. Yes, yes, it is. It's bad. It's real bad. I've covered a lot of bad things on this channel. Coherent, yes. Okay, good. Good. You know when you, like, take the Benadryl and you're just like, ooh, I'm really flying right now. I really feel like I'm gonna fall asleep. Had that moment. No, I have not. Big Mystery Incorporated. Yes, it deserves to be hated. Alright. Alright. Chapter 7. I found myself thinking about the wish at dinner. I couldn't get over the way the crystal ball had glowed that strange red color. Mom was trying to get me to take another helping of mashed potatoes, and I was refusing. They were the kind from a box. You know, potato flakes or something. I didn't taste at all like real mashed potatoes. Sam, you've got to eat more if you want to grow big and strong, Mom said, holding the potato serving bowl under my nose. Mom, I don't want to grow anymore, I exclaimed. I'm already taller than you are, and I'm only 12. Please don't shout, Dad said, reaching for my string beans. Canned string beans. Mom gets home from work late and doesn't have time to make any real food. I was tall when I was 12, Mom said thoughtfully. She passed the potatoes to Dad. And then you shrunk? Ron exclaimed, snickering. My older brother thinks he's a riot. I just meant I was tall for my age, Mom said. Well, I'm too tall for my age, I grumbled. I'm too tall for any age. In a few years, you won't be saying that, Mom told me. When she looked away, I reached under the table and fed some string beans to Pumpkin. Pumpkin is my dog, a little brown mutt. He'll eat anything. Are there more meatballs? Dad asked. He knew there were. He just wanted Mom to get up and get them for him. Ah, toxic relationships. Which she did. How was basketball practice? Dad asked me. I made a face and gave a double thumbs down. She's too tall for basketball, Ron mumbled with a mouthful of food. Basketball takes stamina, Dad said. Sometimes I can't figure out why Dad says half the things he says. I mean, what am I supposed to say to that? I suddenly thought of the crazy woman and the wish I had made. Hey, Ron, want to shoot a few baskets after dinner? I asked, poking my string beans around on the plate with my fork. We have a hoop on the front of the garage and floodlights to light up the front driveway. Ron and I play a little one-on-one sometimes after dinner. You know, to unwind before starting our homework. Ron glanced out of the dining room window. Did it stop raining? Yeah, it stopped, I told him, about half an hour ago. It'll still be real wet, he said. A few puddles won't ruin your game, I told him, laughing. Ron's a really good basketball player. He's a natural athlete, so of course he has almost no interest in playing with me. He'd rather stay up in his room reading a book, any book. I've got a lot of homework, Ron said, pushing his black framed glasses up on his nose. I wonder if he would say the same thing about Model Land. Just a thought. Just a few minutes, I pleaded. Just a little shooting practice. Help your sister, Dad urged. You can give her some pointers. Ron reluctantly agreed, but only for a few minutes. He glanced out the window again. We're going to get soaked. I'll bring a towel, I said, grinning. Don't let Pumpkin out, Mom said. He'll get his paws all wet and track mud on the floor. I can't believe we're doing this, Ron grumbled. I knew it was stupid, but I had to see if my wish had come true. Would I suddenly be a great basketball player? Would I suddenly be able to outshoot Ron to actually throw the basketball into a basket? Would I be able to dribble without stumbling, to pass the ball in the direction I wanted, to catch the ball without it bouncing off my chest? I kept scolding myself for even thinking about the wish. It was so dumb, so totally dumb. Just because a crazy woman offers to grant 3 wishes, I told myself it doesn't mean that you have to get all excited and think you're instantly going to turn into Michael Jordan. Still, I couldn't wait to play with Ron. I was in for a big surprise. I mean, Dawn's brother and sister are really into Michael Jordan. You know, good role model to have. Scrappy Doo is no longer the worst thing in the franchise. He's out there in franchise hell going, thank God. Good night, Patrick. A limerick before granting each wish. Strong and powerful is what you want to see. The powerful and strong you shall be. Yes. There are some dedicated Scrappy Doo fans, actually. Here's the thing. I actually don't mind Scrappy Doo at all. As a little kid, I kind of related to him because he was so small and feisty, and I just felt that in my bones. I also don't think people would have hated him nearly as much if he wasn't part of a series that got rid of Velma and Fred for the time being, before they came back. Instant potatoes, it's all about how you make them, I think. A great low sensory snack for me. That's true there. That's a good point. I always liked Velma than Velma Happened. Well, don't hold it against the real Velma. We all know this isn't real Scooby Doo. Yes, I am gatekeeping Velma. It's the one time I will agree with gatekeeping. Weaponized incompetence at its finest. Ready for it. Still technically here. Glad you're still here, Texas. That was my thought too. That was my thought too. Because what does that mean? Like, oh, I wish I wasn't so tall like you. I was tall in high school. And then what happened? Grew up watching Scooby Doo and the Boo Brothers. I think Scooby Doo works really well in that movie. I think Scrappy Doo works really well in that movie. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, from what I remember, I liked it. Anything would make Velma the show better. Seen the show Supernatural? Yes. Yes, I have. One day I might do a Fandom Files video on the entire overview of the series because that is the most fangirly show, and I love it and hate it and just enjoy it. Too, I remember watching the 2002 movie. Outraged at Scrappy Doo abuse. Oh, poor the slander. Yeah, the era was bad. I don't think it was Scrappy. I think Scrappy gets a bad rep for what's really the problem with an entire era, in my opinion. An episode where they actually meet the Scooby Gang and solve a mystery. Yep. Mm-hmm. And the Scooby Natural episode. That was big news on the internet when it happened. I remember that. Oh, right. I couldn't wait to play with Ron. Was I in for a big surprise? Oh, let me put this on Goodreads. I haven't logged that we started it yet. We're gonna finish it tonight, so I could just post after, but you know, I like to keep an eye on it. Oh, how are we going to function if people don't know what we're reading on the internet all the time? We're 15 books ahead of schedule. I set our yearly goal at wanting to read 100 books this year. I'm gonna need to make it way harder. I'm gonna need to like double it next year because we are going to crush that number. I hate when I start looking for a book and the things that immediately come up are not the book that I want. Like, how dare you not know exactly what I'm thinking? Goodreads. Good night, Aileen. The red shaggy era shudders. I catch that on my left and screen. Sounds like Perry. Scooby Natural merch came out of the Hot Topic, and I got mad because I had thought from a distance that it was just normal Scooby Doo merch. That's funny. My favorite thing about that show is that they use it to explain the pivot from ghosts are not real to ghosts are definitely real in the Scoobyverse. Okay. Mm. Like my wings aren't even, but they're never even, so I don't know why I'm specifically complaining today. Alright. Chapter 8. Yes, I was in for a surprise. My shooting was actually worse. The first two times I tossed the ball at the hoop, I missed the garage entirely and had to go chase the ball over the wet grass. Ron laughed. I see you've been practicing, he teased. I gave him a hard shove in the stomach, which, with the wet basketball, he deserved it. He wasn't funny. I was so disappointed. I told myself over and over that wishes don't come true. Oh, especially wishes granted by crazy women that wandered in the rain. Wandering in the rain. But I couldn't help but get my hopes up. I think there's one too many butts in there, Arlstein. I mean, Judith and Anna and the other girls on the team were so mean to me. It would be totally terrific to come to the game against Jefferson Elementary tomorrow. And suddenly the star of the team. The star. Ha ha. Ron dribbled the ball to the hoop and made an easy layup. He caught his own rebound and passed the ball to me. It sailed through my hands and bounced down the driveway. I started running after it, slipping on the wet surface, and fell face down into a puddle. Some star. I'm playing worse, I told myself. Much worse. He helped me up. I brushed myself off. Remember, this was your idea, he said. With a determined cry, I grabbed the ball, darted past him, and dribbled furiously to the basket. I had to make this basket. I had to. But I went up for my shot. Ron caught up with me. He leapt high, raised his arms, and bolted again and batted the ball away. Arrgh! I let out a frustrated shout. I wish you were only a foot tall, I cried. Oh my god. He laughed and ran after the ball. What have I just done? I asked myself, staring into the darkness of the backyard. Waiting for Ron to return with the ball. Have I just made my second wish? I didn't mean to, I told myself. My heart thudded wildly in my chest. It was an accident. It wasn't a real wish. I have just shrunk my brother down. Have I just shrunk my brother down to a foot tall? Well, you're not getting any better, so I don't know why you have a reason to think that at this moment in the story. No, 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 I repeated over and over again, waiting for him to reappear. First, the first wish hadn't come true. There was no reason to expect the second wish to come true. I squinted into the heavy darkness of the backyard. Bank. We're in a bank now. Ron, where are you? Then I gasped as he came scampering toward me over the grass, a foot tall, just as I had wished. There are 4 seasons of Stranger Things currently. Allegedly, the 5th one that they made is going to be the very last one. Erie, Indiana, it's been on the list for quite a while. The Star, well, at least. What? I want to werewolf story. So it was hot. Wished for ice cream, and we went to McDonald's just for drinks, and I ended up getting a code for free. Weird. Ooh, manifested that shit. All right. Chapter 9. I froze like a statue. I felt cold as stone. Then, as the tiny emerged from the darkness, I started to laugh. Pumpkin, I cried. How did you get out? I was so happy to see him, so happy it wasn't a tiny Ron scampering over the grass. I picked up the little dog and hugged him tight. Nothing better happened to that dog, Arlstein. Of course, his paws got me covered with wet mud, but it didn't care. Sam, you've just got to chill, I scolded myself as Pumpkin struggled free. Your wish about Ron couldn't come true because Clarissa isn't here with her glowing red ball. You've got to stop thinking about the 3 wishes. I told myself it's just dumb, and you're making yourself crazy over them. What's going on? How'd he get out? Ron cried, appearing from the side of the garage with the ball. Must have sneaked out, I replied with a shrug. We played a few more minutes, but it was cold and wet and no fun at all, especially for me. I didn't sink a single basket. We finished with a foul shot competition, short game of horse. Ron won easily. I was still on the O. As we trotted back to, I see trotting because it's a horse, R.L. Stein. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. As we trotted back to the house, Ron patted me on the back. Ever think of taking up tiddlywinks? He teased. Or maybe Parcheesi? Ooh, my grandma and I used to get real competitive with Parcheesi together. I uttered an unhappy wail. I had the sudden urge to tell him why I felt so disappointed, to tell him about the weird woman and the 3 wishes. I hadn't told Mom or Dad about her either. The whole story was just so stupid. Maybe my brother would find it funny. I have to tell you about this afternoon, I said as we pulled our wet sneakers in the kitchen. You won't believe what happened to me. Later, he said, pulling off his wet socks and tucking them into the sneakers. I've got to get to that homework. I disappeared up to his room. He disappeared up to his room. I started to my room, but the phone rang. I picked it up after the first ring. It was Corey calling to ask how my basketball practice had gone after school. Great, I told him sarcastically. Just great. I was so fabulous, they're gonna retire my number. You don't have a number, Corey reminded me. What a friend. I'm not asserting that she is. Judith tried to trip me in the lunchroom the next afternoon, but this time I managed to step over her outstretched sneaker. I made my way past Judith's table and found Corey nearly hidden in the corner near the trash baskets. He had already unwrapped his lunch and had a very unhappy expression on his face. Not grilled cheese again, I exclaimed, dropping out of the chair across from him. Dropping my brown paper lunch bag on the table and pulling out the chair across from him. Grilled cheese again, he muttered, and look at it. I don't even think it's American cheese. I think my dad tried to slip in cheddar on me. Ooh, but cheddar's so good, dude. I opened my chocolate milk carton, then pulled. I'm like disappearing into the void. I need to sit up higher. I opened my chocolate milk carton, then pulled my chair in closer across the room. Some boys were back and forth, were laughing loudly, tossing pink-haired troll doll back and forth. It landed in someone's soup, and the table erupted in wild cheers. As I picked up my sandwich, a shadow fell over the table. I realized that someone was standing behind me. Judith, I cried, turning my head. She sneered down at me. She was wearing a green and white school sweater over the dark green corduroys. Are you coming to the game after school, Bird? She demanded coldly. I set down the sandwich. Yeah, of course I'm coming, she replied, puzzled by the question. Too bad, she replied, frowning. That means we don't have a chance of winning. Judith's pal, Anna, suddenly appeared beside her. Couldn't you get sick or something? She asked me. Hey, give Sam a break, Corey cried angrily. We really want to beat Jefferson, Anna said. we're really ignoring him. She had a dark red lipstick smeared on her chin. Anna wore more lipstick than all the other servants' grandeurs put together. I'll try my best, I replied through clenched teeth. They both laughed as if I'd made a joke. Then they walked out shaking their heads. They don't share one. That's for sharing brain cells with your homies. If only I was stupid enough to if only I was if only my stupid wish had come true, I thought bitterly. But of course, I knew that it wouldn't. I figured it was for the more embarrass wait. I figured I was in for more embarrassment and humiliation at the game. I had no idea just how surprising the game would turn out to be. I feel like some of the cliffhangers at the end of chapters are better than others. You know what I mean? Or Manifestation Girl. I love Troll Dolls, not the sellout DreamWorks animation version. The movies were very popular with kids, but not very popular with anybody else. Just reading the never-ending story, we could have joked she was being taken to the nothing. She was being taken to the nothing. Oh, that's funny. Autistic, I do relate to the sneaking cheddar on me moment. LMAO. I hated that so much. Fair point. Very fair point. I'm biased for cheddar. So I was like, hey, don't hate on cheddar. The cliffhangers can be repetitive. Some of the cliffhangers are really interesting, and some of them are just not. Instead of a cliffhanger, it's like he didn't have one, so instead of just not doing that, he was just like, something really interesting is gonna happen in the next one, and he kept saying it. Like an infomercial where they're like, but wait, there's more. White cheddar is good. Have you tried white cheddar Cheez Its? One of my favorite snackies in the world. It's like, when is the interesting thing gonna happen? Yeah. All the twists. So many twists. Nice mug. Oh, thank you, Paulo. A viewer sent it to me. That's a joke for anyone who might not know. Paulo sent me this mug, and I love it very much. I eat them too fast. That's funny. They're so good, though. How can anybody blame you? Not just any cheese, government cheese. Kraft macaroni crackers used to be a thing? You look casually cute tonight. Thank you. I had to take a Benadryl because the pollen count is like 4,000 right now in Georgia, and I'm just trying desperately to stay awake. No sign of the cockroach, though. For anybody wondering, I'm wearing my shirt that says Squad, and it has the Sanderson sisters on it. Your cheese that Wendy's has on their bacon pub fries. Ooh, that sounds good. Purple and barely cheese, yeah. We definitely get all manner of bugs here, but this is the first time I've had a giant cockroach in my recording space, and I'm not thrilled about it. What's the pollen count? It's over 900,000. Look, it's like if it's over like 100, right? That's people are like, "Oh my God, that's insanely high." It's literally over 4,000 pollen count right now. XXL, or is that baggy? I wear bigger clothes. I'm very like sensory picky when it comes to my clothes. I don't like clothes that are too tight fitting, so I always buy clothes bigger than they should be. I think this one's just a large. I didn't. I found it in a Goodwill. Oh, I don't want to know either, Natty. Oh dear. So sorry to hear that, Austin. I have a 2-pound bag of Crayola gummy bears in my hands right now, Natty. I'm gonna I'm gonna sear those and raise you 2 pounds of trolley crawlers. I'm just gonna take them right out of the bag because I can. No, I have to put them in the thing. Probably, Jonathan. I wish I'm giving you virtual gummy worms. This is horrible ASMR. Ah, there we go. Trolleys? Oh, the inside of the bag smells wonderful. Just a great brand of sour gummies. And it just makes me think of being up north and going to like the candy shops in Williamsburg with family members, because I swear I would always get sour gummies. You're welcome. Yay, employee discount! Need them. Trolley ads, I'll have to keep an eye out for them. Love sour candy, Natty. It's kind of a problem with me. No units. Ooh, sorry to hear that, Chris. Yeah. Fortunately, in the South, literally everybody has installed air conditioning because it's so hot here. You just need it to survive. Yeah, but yeah, still will end up. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, sensory issues when it comes to clothes are real. It's very real. A company that also makes crayons, they're pretty good. Nice. All right, let's get to chapter 10. It is already almost 11. Oh boy, let's keep going. The game felt weird from the beginning. The Jefferson team was mostly sixth graders and they were pretty small, but they were well coached. They really seemed to know where they were going. And they had a lot of energy and team spirit. As they came trotting to the center of the gym for the opening tip-off, my stomach was fluttery and I felt as if I weighed 1,000 pounds. I was really dreading this game. I knew I was going to mess up, and I knew that Judith and Anna would be sure to let me know just how badly I messed up and how I let the team down. So I was really shaky as the game started, and when in the tip-off the ball was slapped right to me, I grabbed it and started dribbling toward the wrong basket. Luckily, Anna grabbed me and turned me around before I could shoot a basket for Jefferson, but I could hear players on both teams laughing. And I glanced the sidelines and saw that both coaches, Ellen and the Jefferson coach, were laughing too. Oof, terrible coaches. Don't laugh at kids. I could feel my face turn beet red. I wanted to quit right then and go sink into a hole on the ground and never come out. But to my amazement, I still had the ball. I tried to pass it to Judith, but I threw it too low. And the Jefferson girls stole it and started dribbling to our basket. The game was 10 seconds old, and I'd already made 2 mistakes. I kept telling myself it was just a game, but I didn't really help. Every time I heard someone laugh, I knew they were laughing at me, at how I'd started the game by running in the wrong direction. When I looked up at the score for the first time, it was 6-0 Jefferson. The ball suddenly came sailing to me, seemingly from out of nowhere. I grabbed for it, but it slipped out of my hands. One of my teammates took it, dribbled, then passed it back to me. I took my first shot. It hit the backboard, a triumph for me, but didn't come near the basket. Jefferson took the rebound, and a few seconds later, it was 8-0. I'm playing worse than ever, I moaned to myself. I could see Judith glaring angrily at me from across the floor. I backed up, stayed in the corner away from... Sorry, it's probably really annoying to watch me rock in this chair. I backed up, staying in the corner away from the basket. I decided to try and keep out of the action as much as possible. Maybe that way I wouldn't embarrass myself quite so much. After about 5 minutes into the first quarter, things started to get weird. She uses the word weird a lot. She's like, now I'm going to tell you about the weird thing, and then doesn't, and then it's like, okay, but now I'm going to tell you about the weird thing, and then doesn't, and then it's like, now I'm going to tell you about the weird thing. The score was 12-2, Jefferson. Judith threw the ball inbound. She meant to throw it to Anna, but Judith's toss was weak, and the ball bounced to a short, blonde-haired Jefferson player. I saw Judith yawn as she ran after the girl. A few seconds later, the ball was loose, bouncing near the center of the court. Anna made a weak grab for it, but she seemed to be moving in slow motion. And the blonde Jefferson player snatched it from her hands. Anna stood watching, her breathing hard, perspiration running down her forehead. I had to stop and stare. Anna looked exhausted, and we'd only been playing 5 minutes. Well, you know what? Some of us are tired. Ever think about that? The Jefferson team dribbled all the way across the floor, passing the ball from girl to girl as our players stood and watched. Let's go, Mustangs, Judith cried, trying to rouse everyone. But I saw her yawn again as she walked to the sidelines to throw in the ball. Come on, girls. Hustle, hustle, Ellen was shouting from the sidelines, her hands cupped around her mouth. Ruth, Judas. Shoot, now it's in my head. Natty thought the name was Judas, and now I'm thinking about her name being Judas, and now that's what I'm calling her. Also, I think I said the name Ralph, which is literally no one's name. Run, Judith, don't walk. Let's look alive. Judith sent another feeble throw onto the floor. It bounced away from a Jefferson player. I scooped it up and started to dribble it, running full speed. Yummy cola bottles kick ass, though. I haven't had one in forever, but I remember them being pretty good. Call her Judas if you want, just don't make her a priest. Thinking of the Lady Gaga song. Judas, Judas. Pringles and hickory sticks, you're living my dream. Listen to Milo. This is what my mother told me when I was old enough to start drinking. And we're Irish. We know a thing or two about drinking. Anyway. Go back to my... There we go. Good night, Texas. Stories about all-dress ruffle chips in Canada? Please explain. They sound so good. Run, Judith, don't walk. Let's look alive. Judith sent another feeble throw onto the floor. It bounced away from a Jefferson player. I scooped it up and started to dribble it, running full speed. Just outside the key, I stopped, turned, and looked for someone to pass it to. But my surprise, my teammates were still far behind me, walking slowly, exhaustedly in my direction. As the Jefferson players swarmed around me, trying to take the basketball away, I took a shot. It hit the rim of the basket and bounced right back into my hands. So I took another shot and missed again. Judith raised her hand slowly to catch the rebound, but the ball bounced right through her hands. She frowned in surprise but didn't make a move to go after it. I grabbed the ball, dribbled twice, nearly tripped over it, and shot. To my amazement, the ball bounced on top of the hoop, landed on the rim, and then dropped through. Way to go, Sam, I heard Ellen shout from the sidelines. My teammates uttered weak cheers. I watched them go after the Jefferson players, yawning and moving in slow motion as if in some kind of trance. Pick it up, Ellen was shouting encouragement, but her words didn't seem to help. Judith tripped and fell to her knees. As I stared in bewilderment, she didn't get up. Anna was yawning loudly, walking toward the ball, not running. My two other Mustang teammates also seemed to be wandering hazily in slow motion, making lame attempts to defeat our basket. Judith was still on her knees, her eyes half shut. What on earth is happening, I wondered. A long, shrill whistle broke into my thoughts. It took me a while to realize that Ellen had called the timeout. Mustangs, hustle up, she shouted, mouth motioning for us to cluster around her. I saw Judith, Anna, and the others trudging over, slowly yawning, pulling their bodies with great effort. And as Ellen shouted for everyone to, quote, hustle up, I watched them wearily approach. Then I realized that, to my amazement, my wish had come true. Ooh. In America now. Yes, so far Sam and Monster Blood Kid have the lamest trauma. So far. I've tried it. Milo, apparently they're so good, and we don't have them here in America, but all of the Americans are like obsessed with getting them. So it's kind of a craze here in America right now. What are you thinking? Someone tried to poison the team? I don't even know what you think at that point. I'll give my nut for a box worth. Suddenly Twinkies standing beside you. Sorry. Yes, I do remember swoops. I got snacky too, so I got a bowl of pineapple. Sorry. Or you're welcome, either way, for encouraging the snackies. Alright. My oil didn't leak and ruin my clothes. In the washers now. Oh dear. My dad has lost multiple pairs of wireless headphones to forgetting them in his pockets and letting them go through the wash. Hot chocolate and a cookie. Ooh, do it. Chapter 11. What is the matter, girls? Ellen demanded as we huddled on the sidelines. She glanced from the player to player, examining each one with concern. Anna dropped down wearily on the floor. Her shoulders slumped. It looked like she could barely keep her eyes open. Judith leaned her back against the gym's tile wall. She was breathing hard, and the beads of sweat rolled down her pale forehead. Let's some energy, Ellen urged, clapping her hands. I thought you girls were pumped for this game. There's no air in here, one of the players complained. I feel so tired, another one said, yawning. Maybe we're coming down with something, Anna suggested from down on the floor. Do you feel sick too? Ellen asked me. No, I told her. I feel okay. Behind me, Judith groaned wearily and tried to push herself away from the wall. The referee, a high school kid wearing a black and white striped shirt, about a few sizes too big for him, blew his whistle. He signaled for us to get back out on the field. I don't understand it, Ellen said, shaking her head. She helped pull Anna to her feet. I don't understand it. I really don't. I understood it. I understood it perfectly. My wish had come true. I couldn't believe it. That strange woman really did have some kind of magical powers, and she had granted my wish. I remember my words so clearly. I had wished to be the strongest player on the basketball team. That means I wanted the woman to make me a stronger, better player. Instead, she had made everyone else weaker. I was the same klutzy player I'd always been. I still couldn't dribble past or shoot, but I was the strongest player on the team. I've been such a jerk. I scolded myself angrily and trotted back to the center of the gym floor, which is never turn out the way you want them to. Then I reached the center court. I turned back and saw Judith, Anna, and the others trudging onto the floor. Their shoulders were slumped, and they dragged their sneakers over the floor as they walked. I have to admit, I enjoyed it just a little. I mean, I felt perfectly fine, and they looked so weak and pitiful. Judith and Anna really deserved it, I told myself. I tried not to grin as they slumped into their places, but maybe I was smiling just a little. The referee blew his whistle and called for a jump ball to start things off. Judith and a Jefferson player faced each other at the center circle. The referee tossed the ball up, and the Jefferson girl jumped high. Judith made a real effort. I could see the strain over her face, but her feet didn't even leave the floor. The Jefferson player batted the ball to one of her teammates, and they headed down the floor with it. I chased after them, running at full speed, but the rest of my team could only walk. Jefferson scored with an easy layup. Come on, Judith, we can't catch them, I shouted, clapping my hand. Come on, Judith, we can catch them, I shouted, clapping my hands cheerfully. I read that as can't, and I was like, that is nihilistic for cheering her on. Judith glared dully at me. Her green eyes looked faded, kind of washed out. Pick it up, let's go, Mustangs, I cheered energetically. I was really enjoying rubbing it in. Judith could barely bounce the ball inbounds. I picked it up and dribbled it all the way down the floor. On the floor. Under the basket, one of the Jefferson's players bumped me from behind as I tried to shoot. 2 foul shots for me. It took my slow motion teammates forever to make their way down the floor to line up. Of course, I missed both of my foul shots, but I didn't care. Let's go, Mustangs, I shouted, clapping my hands energetically. Defense, defense. Maybe she said it like defense, defense. That's how I would say it. Suddenly, I had become both a player and a cheerleader. I was about to say, I have questions. I was really enjoying being the best player on the team. Watching Judith and Anna droop around and drag their bodies back and forth like that they're tired losers. Jesus, some of us are tired. Was the biggest hoot. It was just awesome. We lost the game by 24 points. Judith, Anna, and the others looked glad it was over. Losing the championship game to own the Dems is what she basically just said. I started to trot to the locker room to get changed, a big smile on my face. I was nearly changed by the time my teammates dragged into the locker room. Judith walked up to me and leaned against my locker. She eyed me suspiciously. How come you're so peppy? She demanded. I shrugged. I don't know, I told her. I feel okay, same as ever. Sweat was pouring down Judith's forehead. Her red hair was matted wetly against her head. What's going on here, Bird? She demanded, yawning. I don't get it. Maybe you're coming down with the flu or something. Like that episode of Modern Family where still thinks he's getting too old for roller coasters. Then he realizes that he's just got the flu, and he's like, "Yay, I have the flu!" Um, trying to hide how much I was enjoying this. Oh, I'm so tired, Anna moaned, coming up behind Judith. I'm sure you'll both feel better tomorrow, I chirped. There's something weird going on here, Judith murmured weakly. They're like, did you try to poison us, Sam? She tried to stare hard at me, but her eyes were too tired to focus. See you tomorrow, I said brightly, picking up my stuff and heading out. Feel better, guys. They will feel better tomorrow, I assured myself. They'll be back to normal tomorrow. They won't stay like this, right? Right. The next day, the bad news hit me like a ton of bricks. Oh, always forget about the extra bonus chapters for the next upcoming book. Oh, we're like way there. More than that. No, maybe about half. Just lost the game, all of us. Oh no, Milo, no. Crystal Woman was like, you'll definitely be the strongest basketball player if your teammates keel over, right? Again, his name is Judith. Um, it sounds like Judas the way that I say it in my weird voice, and then sometimes because of that I say it Judas. Well, one time I slipped, and then once or twice I said it just because I thought it was funny, but yeah. It's in my head, so I probably just swap them when I'm not thinking about it. Oh, go back. A lot of bricks without remembering Roger Rabbit. Yep. I think my brain is shutting off slowly. I feel that, yeah. Might hate me for this opinion, but I'm not really a fan of Ellen Green's singing in the Little Shop of Horrors. Ooh. Divisive. I actually like her voice. Pop online. Yep, probably. Already have a Little Shop of Horrors video. Definitely need a Who Framed Roger Rabbit video. I've been wanting to do that for a while, but especially after last summer when the Rescue Rangers movie came out. That just made me want to watch Roger Rabbit all over again. Oh, I sound exhausted. Hopefully I'm not like reading it to a place where it's horrible for you guys. I'm not. It's just I had to take a Benadryl and it's hitting me extra hard tonight. I'm fine. Waiting for the Phantom and Love Never Dies videos. They're gonna come. All of this bot. Cool beans. No worries. Say cool beans. That's a throwback. So yeah, apologies. I'm good. I feel fine. Apologies if my reading is extra bad tonight. Yesterday, 3 p.m. shift. Cup of coffee and spite. 2 hours of sleep, half a cup of coffee, and spite is a lot, and that's really just what I'm usually going off of for your health. No, no, no! Don't be concerned for my health. I'm fine. I actually overslept and didn't hear my alarm this morning, so trust me, I am running on sleep. It's just the Benadryl because literally the pollen count is 4,000 here, so I had no other choices. Dippin' Dots are the real cool beans. You know they sell Dippin' Dots ice cream at Six Flags? What the hell is that? I heard people say, why is it okay for Raymond Lucas and Fenton without training, but Gerard Butler can't? I just want to go, just listen to him. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's because he sounds like he's had all the training in the world. The fact that he hasn't is actually like mind boggling. When you hear Gerard Butler sing and somebody goes, and he hasn't even had that much training, you go, yeah. Like nothing against him, but yeah, he's not a singer. That's okay. Who Framed Roger Rabbit is just a great movie. It's genuinely great. When the movie's so good that there's actually like a film term named after it that we still use to this day, you know it's really good. I wish this would focus a little bit better. Whoa, whoa, uh-oh. Whoa. Okay, hang on. Calm down. I don't think that actually fixed anything, but you know, take what we can get. All right, chapter 12. Judith and Anna weren't in school the next morning. I stared at their empty seats and made my way to my seat in the front row. I kept turning back to searching for them, but when the bell rang and they were but the bell rang and they weren't there. Absent, both absent. I wondered if the other girls on the team were absent too. I felt a cold shiver run down my back. Weak and tired? Too weak and tired to come to school? I had a frightening thought. What if they never returned to normal? What if the magic never wore off? Then I had an even more frightening thought. What if Judith and Anna and the others got weaker and weaker? What if they kept getting weaker until they died? And it was all my fault. All my fault. All my fault. I felt cold all over. My stomach felt as if I'd swallowed a rock. I had never felt so guilty. So horribly guilty in all my life. I tried to force these thoughts from my mind. I couldn't stop thinking that they might die because of my careless wish. I'll be a murderer, I told myself with a shudder. A murderer. Sharon, our teacher, was standing right in front of me, talking about something I couldn't hear a word she said. I kept turning in my seat, staring back at the two empty chairs. Judith and Anna, what have I done to you? At lunch, I told the whole story to Corey. Of course, he just laughed at me. He had a mouthful of grilled cheese and nearly choked. Do you believe in the Easter Bunny too? He asked. But I was in no mood for jokes. I was really upset. Dude, it's gotta get something other than uh, grilled cheese one day. Maybe he needs a can of whipped cream like Tookie. Sorry, that was out of nowhere. But I was in no mood for jokes. I was really upset. I stared down at my uneaten lunch and felt sick. Please take me seriously, Corey, I begged. I know it sounds dumb. You mean you're for real? He asked, his eyes studying my face. I thought you were kidding. Sam, I thought story was for creative writing or something. I shook my head. Listen, Corey, if you had been at the girls' basketball game yesterday afternoon, you'd know I'm not kidding. Steadily calling him out for not supporting her? I said, leaning across the table, and whispered, They were dragging her. They were dragging around as if they were sleepwalking. I told him. It was so eerie. I was so upset my shoulders started to shake. I covered my eyes to keep myself from crying. Okay, let's think about this, Corey said softly, his funny crooked smile fading to a thoughtful frown. Finally, he had decided to take me seriously. I've been thinking and thinking about it all morning, I told him, still trying to force back all the tears. What if I'm a murderer, Corey? What if they really die? Sam, please, he said, still frowning, his dark brown eyes studying me. Judith and Anna are probably not even sick. You're probably making this up in your mind. They're probably perfectly okay. No way, I muttered glumly. This is a Goosebumps book. I know you're trying to be helpful, dude, but don't. Oh, I know. Corey's face brightened. We can ask Audrey. Is it Audrey 1 or 2? Sorry, I'm still on Little Shop of Horrors. Audrey. Audrey was the school nurse. It took me a while to figure out what Corey was thinking, but I finally did it. He was right. When you were going to be absent, your parents had to call Audrey in the morning and tell her why. Most likely, Audrey would be able to tell us why Judith and Anna were not in school today. I jumped up, nearly knocked my chair over. Great idea, Corey, I exclaimed. I started running through the lunchroom toward the door. Wait, I'll come with you, Corey called, hurrying to catch up. Our sneakers pounded against the hard floor as we made our way down the long hall to the nurse's office. We found Audrey locking the door. She is a short, sort of chunky woman, about 40 or so, I guess, with bleached blonde hair and pinned up in a bun on top of her head. She always wears baggy jeans and shaggy sweaters, and never a nurse's uniform. Lunchtime, she said, seeing us stop beside her. What do they have today? I'm starving. Audrey, can you tell us why Judith and Anna aren't in school today? I demanded, breathlessly, ignoring her question. Huh? I was talking so fast, so excitedly, I don't think she understood me. Judith Bellwood and Anna Frost? I repeated, my heart pounding. Why aren't they in school today? I saw surprise in Audrey's pale gray eyes. Then she lowered her gaze. Judith and Anna, they're gone, she said sadly. They can't be. There's no way they're dead. There's no way, right? Even R.L. Stine would just straight up kill these kids. Well, he has killed off kids before, but I don't know. Knockoff Dippin' Dots. It was called Mini Dots or something. That's funny. Gerald looks like an angel. Yep. Karen Lou also looks like an angel. Noah is correct. Where it gets deep. Oh boy. Animated vehicles, big cab, juice. and Anna are, but they don't deserve to die. Is Audrey a plant monster from outer space? I guess she's just like a nurse, but we don't know that she's not a plant monster from outer space. No, but Audrey too is. Thank you, Devin. That was beautiful. Hang on, Perry wants to come in. Hi, Perry. Okay. Oh, way. I forgot I had Funyuns, Perry. Alright, anyway. It's almost not anyway. That would be a very fun character to play. Excuse you. Hi, excuse you. Darcy's are ridiculously crunchy on camera. Hi, Perry. Come on. Come say hi. There you go. Hi, Perry. Hi, you gonna help me read? Okay. Hi, Perry. Hello, Perry. You don't eat Funyuns. But you can get pets in your stitches. This book revolves around sports ball, and there is Perry. Oh, my heart can't take this much excitement. Good night, Audriel. So charming in the musical. Yeah. Good night. Especially Perry. Good night. Say good night. Can you say good night? Say good night, Perry. Or not. Or you can just sit there. Chapter 13. I stared at her. My mouth dropped open in horror. They're gone? They're gone for at least a week. I knew it, Audrey said. She bent to lock the office door. They what? Harry, don't. Can you just mute me? No, okay. Just don't mute me, okay? She had trouble pulling the key from the lock. They went to the doctor, she reported. Their moms called this morning. They're very sick. Both girls have the flu or something. They felt weak, too weak to come to school. I breathed a sigh of relief. I was glad. Audrey had been concentrating on the door lock, so she hadn't seen the horrified look on my face. Audrey hurried off down the hall. As soon as she was out of sight, I slumped against the wall. At least they're not dead, I moaned. She scared me to death. Corey shook his head. Audrey scared me too, he confessed. See, Judith and Anna are just have the flu. I'm sure the doctors, they don't have the flu, I insisted. They're weak because of my wish. Call them later, he suggested. You'll see. They'll probably be much better. I can't wait till later, I said in a trembling voice. I have to do something, Corey. I have to do something to keep them from getting weaker and weaker until they shrivel up and die. Calm down, Sam. I started pacing back and forth in front of him. Some kids came hurrying by on their way. Perry. Perry. Perry, what have you done? Welcome to Perry Talks About Stuff. Please ignore the person behind me. Yeah, pretty much. That's her slogan. I started pacing back and forth in front of him. Some kids came hurrying by on their way to their lockers. Someone called to me, but I didn't reply. We've got to get to class, Corey said. I think you're getting all weird over nothing, Sam. If you wait till tomorrow. She said I had 3 wishes, I exclaimed, not hearing a word Corey was saying. I only used 1. Sam? Corey shook his head disapprovingly. I've got to find her, I decided. I've got to find that strange woman. Don't you see? I can wish to have the first wish undone. She said I get 3 wishes, so my second wish can be to erase the first. The idea was starting to make me feel a lot better. Harry, what are you doing? I'm curious. Can't click on anything because she's literally laying on the button. Okay. Don't you see, if I can wish to have the first wish undone, she said I get 3 wishes, so my second wish can be to erase the first. The idea was starting to make me feel a lot better. But then Corey brought me back down into my gloom with one question. How are you going to find her, Sam? And that's the end of the chapter. It's like they have, oh yeah. Harry, what have you done? Do you see this? You seeing this? What did you do, Perry? There, what did you do? Hang on, Perry did things. Okay. Okay, Perry, hold on. Hang on, let me fix it. Sorry, guys. Perry was laying down on things and hitting buttons. It's the sitcom credits. Thanks for watching. She somehow turned on like a bunch of like the comments on screen. I don't even know how she did that. Weird. Very weird. Anyway. A few minutes ago, I accidentally set the feature on where the keyboard can be moved all around the screen. Like a Windows update. I see her comments in chat. Somehow she's smart. Yep. I'll hand it to her. I did not know she could do that. My worshippers await. She's hacked the mainframe. Holy mother of Perry-based chat overlays, right? Yeah. She could have at least figured out how to make them scroll, you know? I'm still just wondering how she even did it. Anyway. Chat returned. Yeah, no, I turned it back on for a second because I was joking about it scrolling. Pokemon there. Drawer. What are these in softness? Oh! He is an Eldritch God. We spell our name every which way. I don't think it matters one way or another which way you spell it. Oh, I'm Jerry. He's like, I've caused my chaos. I don't need to be here anymore. Y'all, I forgot how good Funyuns are. They'll love it. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. I'm getting distracted by reading chat and eating Funyuns. Okay. Do you guys remember in the VeggieTales Jonah movie where it's like, we got the ho-hos and the ding-dongs? Ding-dong. I just thought of that because my brain go brr. Alright. Chapter 14. I thought about Corey's question all afternoon. I barely heard a word anyone said to me. We had a vocab test near the end of the day. I stared at the words as if they were in Martian. After a while, I almost said Michigan. It's like, ah, yes, that foreign language that they speak in Michigan. After a while, I heard Lisa, my teacher, calling my name. I like how the calling teachers by their name has nothing to do with the plot. She was standing right in front of me, but I don't think I heard her until the fifth or sixth try. Are you okay, Samantha? She asked, leaning over me. I knew she was wondering why I hadn't started my test. I feel a little sick, I replied quietly. I'll be okay. I'll be okay as soon as I find that weird woman and get her to erase her spell. But where will I find her? I wondered. Where? After school, I reported to the gym for basketball practice. Everyone on my team was absent, so practice was canceled. Absent because of me. I trudged upstairs to my locker and retrieved my down jacket. As I slammed the door, I unlocked it. I had an idea. The woods. Jeffers Woods. That's where I found Clarissa. I'll bet I can find her there again. Maybe it's her secret meeting place, I thought. Maybe she'll be waiting for me there. Of course she will, I told myself, giving myself a pep talk. Why did it take me so long to think of this? It made perfect sense. Coming to myself, I started jogging to the door. The hallway was nearly empty. I stopped when I saw a familiar figure in the doorway. Mom! Hi, Sam. She waved at me even though I was standing right in front of her. She had a red and white wool cap pulled over her short blonde hair and was wearing a tattered red ski jacket she always wears. She hadn't been skiing in years, but she liked dressing like a ski bum. Mom, what are you doing here? I cried, not meaning to sound as unfriendly as it did. I was eager to get to my bike and ride it to Jeffers Woods. I didn't need her here. You didn't forget about your appointment with Dr. Stone? She asked, waving her car keys in her hand. The orthodontist? Today? I cried. I can't. You have to, she replied sternly, tugging the arm of my jacket. You know how hard it is to get in to see Dr. Stone. But I don't want braces, I cried, realizing I was sounding a little shrill, a little babyish. Maybe you won't need them, Mom said, pulling me to the door. Maybe you can get by with just a retainer. We'll do whatever Dr. Stone says. But Mom, I searched my mind desperately for an excuse. I can't go with you. I have my bike here, I cried desperately. Go get it. We'll put it in the trunk, she replied without blinking. I had no choice. I had to go with her. Sighing loudly, I pushed open the door and hurried past her toward the bike racks. So far, this doesn't seem like a horrible parent, which is so far. Getting more than halfway through the book and having the parent not do anything totally egregious is not really the way of these books. Some cherry 7-Up. Ooh! I had no choice. I had to go with her. Sighing loudly, I pushed open the door and hurried past her toward the bike racks. I found out I'm going to be wearing braces for at least the next 6 months. It's going to be more than that. It always is. I had another appointment with Dr. Stone to have them put on the next week. I suppose I should have been upset about it, but it was hard to think about braces with Judith, Anna, and the other girls on my mind. I kept picturing them wasting away, getting thinner and thinner, weaker and weaker until I kept seeing this terrifying image in my mind. I was in the gym, dribbling the ball back and forth faster and faster, and Judith, Anna, and the others were lying flat on their backs on the bleachers. Were trying to watch, but too weak to hold their heads up. That night after dinner, I was feeling so guilty. I called Judith to see how she was feeling. I think it was the first time in my life I had ever called her. Mrs. Bellward answered. She sounded tired and tense. Who is this? She asked. I had a sudden impulse to hang up, but I told her, "It's Samantha Bird. I'm a friend from school." Some friend. "I don't think Judith can come to the phone," she replied. "She's just so weak." "The doctors say what?" I started. "I'll ask Judith if she wants to call," Mrs. Bellwood interrupted. I could hear Judith's little brother shouting something in the background, and I could hear cartoon music from their TV. Don't stay on too long," she instructed. "Hello?" Judith answered, in a faint little girl voice. "Oh, hi, Judith. It's me, Sam," I said, trying not to sound nervous. "Sam?" Again the faint voice, nearly a whisper. "Sam Bird," I stammered. I just wondered how you were feeling." "Sam, did you cast a spell on us?" Judith asked. I gasped. How did she know? Oh, this is another short chapter after this. It sounds disco, which is an improvement over what Kiss usually sounds like. My mom would appreciate that. She loves disco and she hates Kiss. Oh, August. Austin. That sounds really good. Pringles, Mike and Ike's. Yep. I'll swap mine for a Coca-Cola, but you know. But Mom, I need to find an old crystal lady in the middle of the woods alone so she can grant me a wish to keep my parents from dying or from something I caused. Yeah. We would call most of our teachers coach, even though they weren't coaches. That's funny. She's on tour. Oh no. Time to flee the country. Maddie, if you're watching, be proud of me. Maddie's usually mad if I don't get the little bit, last couple bits in out of the chip bag. Chapter 15. "Judith, what do you mean?" I sputtered. "All the girls are sick except for you," Judith replied. "Anna's sick, and so is Arlene and Krista." I like how we're just now learning these other characters' names. "Yes, but that doesn't mean," she started. "So I think you cast a spell on us," Judith interrupted. Was she joking? I couldn't tell. "I just hope you feel better," I mumbled awkwardly. And I could hear Mrs. Bellwood in the background telling Judith she should get off the phone. So I said goodbye and hung up. I was grateful it was a short conversation, but I couldn't decide if Judith was kidding or not about my casting a spell. Her voice was really weak. She sounded so weary and lifeless. I felt angry that she had accused me, joke or no joke. That was so typical of Judith, finding a way to make me angry even when I was calling to be nice. But you did technically do it, to be fair, Sam. But I also felt guilty. Whether Judith had guessed it or not, I had cast a spell on her and the others. Okay, so she's self-aware. And now I had to find a way to have the spell removed. The next morning, 2 seats in my class were empty again. Judith and Anna were both absent. At lunch, I asked Corey if he wanted to come with me after school to go searching for the strange woman. "No way," he cried, shaking his head. She'll probably turn me into a frog or something." "Can't you take this seriously?" I screamed. Several kids turned to look. "Give me a break," Corey muttered, blushing under his Orlando magic cap. "Okay, I'm sorry I told him. I'm really stressed out, you know?" He still refused to keep me company. He made up a lame excuse about having to help his mother clean the basement. "Stay out of the basement!" Stay away from the basements. How dare you accuse me of something I totally did? I mean, she's at least aware of it, but it's funny. How dare she accuse me of something I'm guilty of? Sure, it was an accident, but still. Who cleans the basement in the middle of winter? Corey pretended he didn't believe my story about the woman and the 3 wishes, but I had the feeling that maybe he was a little afraid. Lori just doesn't believe you. I was afraid too, afraid I wouldn't find her. After school, I jumped on my bike and began pedaling toward the Jeffers Woods. It was a gray, blustery day. Enormous dark clouds rolled rapidly over the sky, threatening rain, maybe snow. It's a lot like the day I ran into Clarissa, I thought. For some reason, the fact encouraged me. Some kids in my class waved to me and called out, but I rode past them, leaning over the handlebars, shifting the gears to pick up speed. A few minutes later, Montrose Avenue curved away from the house that lined both sides, and the bare trees of the woods came into view. The tall trees formed a dark wall, darker than the charcoal sky above. She's got to be here, I repeated in rhythm with my pedaling feet. Got to be here. I think I can. My heart nearly leapt out of my chest when I saw her, huddled low at the edge of the road, waiting for me. Ooh, creepy. Hi, I called out. Hi, it's me. Why did she answer? Very creepy. Hashtag plant daddy, yes. How dare she accuse me? I mean, I did do it. But she doesn't know that, right? Nothing good can ever happen in the basement. Yeah. Nothing good ever happens from meeting sketchy old ladies in the woods. Alright, getting on a roll. It's almost midnight, but we're finally getting there. Yes, there are 26 chapters total. We are on chapter 16, and the chapters are very short. Breaking into an old lady's home with her friends there. Then it'll be like the Granny Coven. Oh, Paulo, I haven't forgotten about adding nice weirdos to the merch shop, by the way. As I pedaled closer, my heart pounding happily, I saw that she had her back turned to me. She changed her outfit. She was wearing a purple wool beret and long black coat down nearly to her ankles. Do we stan? this is a stannable outfit. I screeched my bike to a halt a few feet behind her. My tires skidded over the pebbly road. I need to make another wish, I called breathlessly. She turned and I gasped. I stared at a face full of freckles, a young-looking face framed by short, curly blonde hair. I'm sorry, what did you say? She asked, narrowing her eyes at me, her expression bewildered. I'm sorry, I stammered, feeling my face turn hot. I thought you were someone else. It was a different woman. Oof. I felt so embarrassed, I just wanted to die. Behind her, I saw 2 blonde-haired kids tossing a frisbee back and forth at the edge of the woods. Tommy, don't throw it so hard. Your sister can't catch it, the woman instructed. Then she turned back to me. What did you say about wishes? Are you lost? She asked, studying my face with concern. I knew I was still blushing, but I couldn't help it. No, I thought you were, I started. Tommy, go chase it yourself, she shouted to her little boy. The two kids started squabbling. She hurried over to settle it. Oh, she shouted it. So she didn't say it at all with the inflection. She was like a mom being like, Tommy, go chase it yourself. But I don't want to scream louder because it's going to hurt your guys' ears in the microphone. Sorry I bothered you, I called. Bye. I turned my bike around and started pedaling rapidly toward home. Because, you know, it's an R.L. Stine book, so we gotta have at least one parent that's yelling at their kid or doing something horrible. Granny Coven! Short chapters helped contribute to our generation's diminished attention span. I mean, yeah, probably. But also, I love short chapters in books. Super nice. As somebody with ADHD, always will lobby for the shorter chapters. I was embarrassed that I'd said such a stupid thing to a total stranger, but mainly I was disappointed. I really had expected this strange woman to be there. Where else could she be? I asked myself. I remembered that I had shown her the way to Madison Road. Maybe I decided I will get lucky and run into her there. It was a real long shot, but I was desperate. I turned my bike around and made my way to Madison. The wind had picked up and my face began to feel cold and raw. I was riding against the wind. The sharp cold was making my eyes water. Even through the blur, I could see that the woman was not hanging around on Madison, waiting for me to show up. Not unlike the guy in Haunted Mask that was just like, all right, we live here now. Put on a pot of coffee. The kid's gonna come back. Two mangy brown mutts trotted side by side across the street. Oh, I bet they're the goodest good boys. Their heads bowed against the wind. They were the only living creatures I saw. I rode slowly back and forth a few times, my eyes searching the rambling old houses of the neighborhood. A total waste of time. I was completely frozen. My ears and nose tingled with numbness. My watering eyes sent cold tears rolling down my cheeks. Give up, Sam, I instructed. I read that as Give Up Satan at first in my head, and that would also be a great name for a band. I instructed myself aloud. The sky darkened. The storm clouds hovered low above the shivering trees. Feeling miserable and defeated, I turned and headed for home. I was pedaling furiously down the center of the street, trying to keep my bike upright in the gusting wind. I stopped when Judith's house came into view. It was a long, low, redwood ranch-style house, set back from the street on a wide, sloping front lawn. Maybe I'll stop for a minute and see how Judith is doing, I decided. Chance to get warm too. I thought. I reached up a hand and felt my nose totally numb. Shivering, I rode up the driveway and lowered my bike to the ground. Then, trying to rub some feeling into my poor nose, I jogged up the walk and rang the bell. Mrs. Bellwood seemed very surprised to see a visitor. I told her who I was and that I just happened to be riding by. How is Judith feeling? I asked, shivering. About the same, she replied with a worried sigh. She had Judith's green eyes, but her hair was nearly entirely gray. She led me into the hallway, which felt toasty and warm. The house smelled of roasting chicken. I suddenly realized I was hungry. Judith, you have a visitor, Mrs. Bellwood shouted up the stairs. I heard a weak reply, but couldn't make out the words. Go on up, Judith's mother said, putting a hand on the shoulder of my coat. You look so cold, she added, shaking her head. Be careful, dear. You don't want to get sick, too. I climbed the stairs and found Judith's room at the end of the hall. I hesitated at the doorway and peered in. The whole the cold will lower your immune system is totally true. I got so sick more than once because I had to do overnights in just the most horrific cold Georgia has ever seen. Alright, climb the stairs, found Judith's room. Hole. Peered in. The room was dimly lit. I could see Judith lying in bed on top of the quilt, her head propped up on several pillows. Books and magazines and couple of school notebooks were scattered all over the bed. But Judith wasn't reading. She was just staring straight ahead. A little bit creepy. Give up, Satan, LOL. My brain does some weird things when it goes rogue. Judith's mom is so nice compared to her, right? When I read a Goosebumps book, I usually stop at chapters or I'm done reading for the day. Yeah, I have this weird thing where I always try to stop if I can help it at all. If I'm reading any book, I try to just stop at chapters. I think a lot of people do that, but I can be very obsessive about it. OCD and all that fun stuff. But I've always loved Goosebumps because the chapters are short and the books are overall easy reads. Alright. Let's see. Dork, she cried, seeing me in the doorway. I entered the room, forcing a smile to my face. How are you feeling? I asked softly. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. Her voice was hoarse. I was riding my bike and I stammered, staying by the door. I was startled by her anger. Riding your bike in this cold? With great effort, she pulled herself up to a sitting position. Leaning against her headboard, she glanced at me suspiciously. I just wondered how you were, I muttered. Why don't you just fly away, bird? She growled nastily. Huh? That's her version of, make like a tree and get out of here. My brother and I say that to each other all the time. You are a witch, aren't you? She accused. I couldn't believe she was saying these things. I was stunned, shocked. It was no joke. I could see clearly that she was serious. You did cast a spell on us, I know it. Judith, please, I cried. What are you saying? We did a unit on witches and social studies last year, she said in her hoarse voice. Not the unit studies. We studied spells and things. That's crazy, I insisted. You were jealous of me, Sam, or of me and Anna and everyone else, Judith accused. So, I cried angrily. So, all of a sudden, all the girls on the team feel weak and sick except for you, Sam. You feel fine, right? Judith, listen to me, I pleaded. You're a witch, Sam, she screamed, her weak voice breaking. She started to cough. Judith, you're talking like a crazy person, I insisted. I'm not a witch. How could I be a witch? I'm sorry you're sick, really I am, but she's ghost-like geist-keeping ghoul bossing her, I think. Even on her deathbed, she's still being a bitch, right? Amazon is cherry 7-Up, yay! Ooh, Night in Terror Tower is a good one. I've covered that episode, which I think you've seen. But I'm excited to read it. I don't remember actually reading it. We've got a few to go before we get there, though. A- on the essay, nice. You're a witch! You're a witch! Judith chanted, her voice shrill whisper. I've talked to all the girls. They all agree. You're a witch! A witch! This just reminds me of Mean Girls, where Regina George is like writing in the burn book. She's like, she is the most. What does she say? Is the most something. What does she say? That's just the vibe. It's the same energy that I'm getting. be able to stay up the full stream, but I'm falling asleep. So good night. Good night, Ellery. I don't blame you at all. I powered through my lethargic Benadryl state, and I think I'm getting my second win just in time to finish out the last like third of this book. So. I mean, I'd like to say that I'm gonna go to bed, but I'm probably not. I'm probably gonna stay up and do some more editing work. I was so furious I thought I'd explode. I had my hands balled into tight fists. My head was throbbing. Judith had been talking to all the other girls, spreading the story that I was a witch. How could she do such a crazy thing? A witch? You're a witch? She continued to chant. I was so upset I totally lost it. Judith? I shrieked. I never would have done it to you if you hadn't been so horrible to me. I realized immediately that I'd made a terrible mistake. Legally Blonde moment, kind of. I had just admitted to her that I was responsible for her being sick. I had just blurted out that I was a witch, but I was so furious I didn't care. I knew it, Judith croaked in her hoarse voice, her green eyes glowing excitedly, pointing an accusing finger at me. What's going on here? What's all the shouting? Judith's mother appeared in the room, her eyes flashing back and forth between Judith and me. She's a witch! A witch! Judith screamed. Judith, your voice! Stop! Mrs. Bellwood cried, running to the bed. She turned back to me. I think Judith is delirious. She's saying such crazy things. Please don't pay attention. She's a witch. She admitted it. She's a witch, Judith screeched. Judith, please, please, you have to calm down. You have to save your strength, Mrs. Bellwood pleaded. I'm sorry, I'll go now, I said sharply. I darted out of the room, ran down the stairs, and out of the house as fast as I could. A witch! A witch! Judith's hoarse chant followed me out. I was so angry, so hurt, so humiliated. I felt about to explode. I wish Judith would just disappear, I screamed. I really do. Very well, that shall be your second wish, said a voice behind me. I spun around to see the strange woman standing at the side of the house, her long black hair fluttering behind her in the gusting wind. Oh, Stream Deck just doesn't want to do things, okay. She held the glowing red ball high. Her eyes glowed as red as the ball. I shall cancel your first wish, she said in her shaky old lady's voice, and I shall grant your second. Hang on, guys. I will be right back. I just have to check something. Be 3 minutes, guys. The Mean Girls quote. Would have let them die. Sam's like, you know what the fuck you all, I was going to, you know what, fuck you all. I was going to help you, but now I'm using my last wish to make you die faster. Pretty much. Hang on, I'll be right back. I'm back. How's everybody? This girl is the nastiest skank bitch I have ever met. Do not trust. Yes, yes, yes. That's what I was trying to think about. Sam should type for wish number 2. Tired by your bully's tone. Now you shall be all alone. I like it. Going to bed. Stay safe. Good night, Chris. Thank you. All right, let's wrap this up. Oh, for 1 second. You guys can still hear me, right? For 1 second, I thought you could not. There it is. My levels are back on. Yep. Trolley crawlers. All right. Let's see. Chapter 17. No, wait, I cried. The woman smiled and pulled her shawl over her head. Wait, I didn't mean it, I cried, running toward her. I didn't know you were there. Wait, ow! My foot caught on a loose stone in the walk. I stumbled and hit my knees hard. The pain shot up through my entire body. When I looked up, she was gone. Oof, empathy pain. After dinner, Ron agreed to play basketball out back, but it was too cold and windy. A light snow had started to fall. We settled for ping pong in the basement. Ping pong games in our basement are always difficult. For one thing, the ceiling is so low, the ball is always hitting it and bouncing crazily away. Also, Pumpkin has a bad habit of chasing after the ball and biting holes in it. My cats do that. Ping pong is the only sport I'm good at. I have a really tricky serve, and I'm good at slamming the ball down my opponent's throat. I can usually beat Ron 2 games out of 3, but tonight he could see my heart wasn't in it. What's up? He asked as we batted the ball softly back and forth. His dark eyes peered into mine from behind his black framed glasses. I decided I had to tell him about Clarissa and her red crystal ball and the 3 wishes. I was so desperate to tell someone. I helped this strange woman a few days ago, I blurted out, and she granted me 3 wishes. And she granted me 3 wishes. I made a wish, and now all the girls in my basketball team are going to die. Ron dropped his paddle onto the table. His mouth dropped open. What an amazing coincidence, he cried. Huh? I gaped at him. I met my fairy godmother yesterday, Ron exclaimed. She promised to make me the richest person in the world, and she's going to give me solid gold Mercedes with a swimming pool in the back. He burst out laughing. Like a swimming pool in the back of the Mercedes? That sounds awesome. He burst out laughing. He just thinks he's such a riot. Urgh! I let out an angry, frustrated groan. Then I tossed my paddle at him. And ran upstairs to my room. I slammed the bedroom door beside me and began to pace back and forth, my arms crossed tightly in front of me. I kept telling myself that I had to calm down, that it wasn't good for me to be this stressed out. But of course, telling yourself to calm down doesn't do any good. It only makes you more tense, true? I decided I had to do something to occupy my mind, to keep myself from thinking about Judith and Clarissa and the new wish I had accidentally made. My second wish. It's not fair, I cried aloud, still pacing after all. I didn't know how I was making a second wish. That woman tricked me. She appeared out of nowhere and tricked me. I stopped in front of my mirror and fiddled with my hair. I have very fine light blonde hair. It's so fine there isn't much I can do with it. Usually tie it in a ponytail on the right side of my head. Just, it's a style I saw on a model that looked a little like me in 17. Remember that trend of like ponytails on one side of your head, guys? Just to keep, also shout out 17 magazine sponsored. Just to keep my hands busy, I tried doing something else with my hair. Studying myself in the mirror, I tried sweeping it straight back. Then I tried parting it in the middle and letting it fall over my ears. It looked really lame. The activity wasn't helping. It wasn't taking my mind off Judith at all. I pulled it back into the same old ponytail. Then I brushed it for a while, tossed down the brush with a sigh, and returned to pacing. My big question, of course, was had my wish come true? Had I caused Judith to disappear? As much as I hated Judith, I certainly didn't want to be responsible for making her disappear forever. With a loud moan, I tossed myself down on my bed. What should I do? I asked myself. I had to know if the wish had come true. I decided to call her house. I wouldn't talk to her. I'd just call her house and see if she was still around. I wouldn't even tell them who was calling. I looked up Judith's number in the school directory. I don't know it by heart. I had only called it once before. My hand was shaking as I reached for the phone on my desk. I punched in her phone number. It took me 3 tries. I kept making mistakes. I was really scared. I felt as if my stomach were tied in a knot and my heart had jumped up into my throat. The phone rang. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings. Had she disappeared? Maybe she just can't come to the phone. Maybe she's, I don't know, sleeping. Sick people tend to do that. The side ponytail was inescapable. Yup. Side ponytails need to come back. I even try being nice to them when they would have sell for $2, right? Monsters and fairy godmother for real. Your hair in a time of crisis is to give yourself blunt aspects. Oh, just the bluntest. A year ago, New Year's, I had one of those moments where I was just like, I'm in crisis, and I cut my bangs. I cut bangs into my hair, and they were real sketch, if anybody remembers them, and then I had to have my mom fix them, and I've just been doubling down on the bangs ever since. But you know what? I'm used to them now. I like them. I need to redo my hair color. I'm just realizing how much I need to redo my hair color. The roots are really strong with this one. Chapter 18. Ponytail. 2 minutes and probably a good feed. My dad denies ever having a ponytail, but I've seen the pictures. I know he used to have a ponytail, like in the 80s and 90s. For a minute there. Late 80s and early 90s. 4 rings, no answer. She's gone, I murmured aloud, a chill running down my back. Before the 5th ring could begin, I heard a clicking sound. Someone had picked up the receiver. Hello? Judith! Hello? Who is this? She demanded. I slammed the receiver down. My heart was pounding. My hands were ice cold. I breathed a sigh of relief. Judith was there. She was definitely there. She hadn't vanished from the face of the earth. I realized her voice had returned to normal. She didn't sound hoarse or weak. She sounded as nasty as ever. What did this mean? I jumped to my feet and began to pace back and forth, trying to figure it all out. Of course, I couldn't figure it out. I only knew that the second wish hadn't been granted. Feeling a little relieved, I went to bed and quickly fell into a heavy, dreamless sleep. I opened an eye, then the other. Pale morning sunlight was shining through my bedroom window. With a sleepy groan, I pushed down the covers and started to sit up. My eye went to the clock above my desk and I gasped. Nearly 10 after 8? I rubbed my eyes and looked again. Yes, 10 after 8. Huh, I cried, trying to clear the sleep from my voice. Mom wakes me up every morning at 7, so I get to school by 8:30. Uh-oh. There was no way I'd be on time now. Hey, Mom, I shouted. Mom! I jumped out of bed. My long legs got tangled up in the covers. I nearly fell over. Great way to start the day with a typical Samantha Klutz move. Hey, Mom, I shouted out the bedroom door. What happened? I'm late. Not hearing a reply, I pulled on my nightshirt and quickly searched through the closet for some clean clothes to wear. Today was Friday, laundry day, so I was down to the bottom of the pile. Hey, Mom, Ron, anybody up? Dad leaves the house for a week every morning. Oh, sorry, for work every morning at 7. Usually I hear him moving around. This morning I hadn't heard a sound. That rhymed. I pulled out a pair of faded jeans and a pale green sweater. Then I brushed my hair, staring at my still sleepy face in the mirror. Anybody up? I shouted. How come no one woke me today? It's not a holiday, is it? I know you're a kid, but you could have your own alarm. I listened carefully as I tugged on my Doc Martens. Oh good, the Doc Martens had survived. No radio on down in the kitchen. That's weird. I thought Mom has the radio turned to all the news stations every morning. Tuned. I don't know if I said turned, but I meant to say tuned. To the all news radio station every morning. Okay, now I'm caught up. She wants news and I want music. But today I couldn't hear a sound down there. What's going on? Hey, I'm going to have to skip breakfast, I shouted down the stairs. I'm late. No reply. I took one last look at the mirror, brushed a strand of hair off my forehead, and hurried into the hall. I hurried out into the hall, sorry. My brother's room is next door, not mine. His door was closed. His brother's room was next door to mine. His door was closed. Sorry, that didn't make any sense because I read it wrong. Oh, Ron, I thought. Did you sleep late too? I pounded on the door. Ron? Ron, are you awake? Silence. Ron! I pushed open the door. His room was dark except for the pale light from the window. The bed was made. Had Ron already left? Why had he made his bed? It would be the first time in his life he ever did. Hey, Mom. Confused, I hurried down the stairs. Halfway down, I stumbled and nearly fell off. Let's move number 2. Pretty good for so early in the morning. What's going on down here? Is it the weekend? Did I sleep through Friday? The kitchen was empty. No Mom, no Ron, no breakfast. It's like darker Home Alone. Did they have to go somewhere early? I checked the refrigerator for a note. Nothing. Puzzled, I glanced at the clock. Nearly 8:30. I was already late for school. Why didn't anyone wake me up? Why were they all gone so early in the morning? I pinched myself. I really did. I thought maybe I was dreaming, but no such luck. Hey, anyone? I called. My voice rang through an empty house. I ran to the front closet to get my coat. I had to get to school. I was sure this mystery would be cleared up later. I quickly pulled on my coat and ran upstairs for the backpack. My stomach was grumbling and growling. I was used to at least a glass of juice and a bowl of cereal for breakfast. Oh well, I thought, I'll buy extra big lunch. A few seconds later, I headed out the front door and around the side to the garage to get my bike. I pulled up to the garage door and stopped. My dad's car, it was still in the garage. He hadn't left for work. So where was everyone? Six nine 069. No way. That's funny. Hmm. All right. Bike hacker commercials are wild. Can I just say? Getting right there to the end. Oh, right. No sign of my cockroach friends. That's a little concerning, honestly. Hmm. How many chapters are left? Seven. Seven, I think. Yep, seven. All right. Getting close to the end. Chapter 19. Back in my house, I phoned my dad's office. The phone rang and rang, but no one answered. I checked the kitchen again for a message from mom or dad, but I couldn't find a thing. Glancing at the kitchen clock, I saw that I was already 20 minutes late for school. I needed a late excuse note, but there was no one to write it for me. I hurried back outside to get my bike. Better late than never, I thought. I wasn't exactly frightened, I was just puzzled. I'll call mom and dad at lunchtime and find out where everyone went. This morning, I told myself. As I pedaled to school, I began to feel a little angry. They could have at least told me they were leaving early. There were no cars on the street and no kids on bikes. Ooh, kids on bikes. Fun fact, the Goosebumps itself is classified as part of the Kids on Bikes extended overarching trope. So I find that funny. I guess that everyone was already at school or work or wherever people go in the morning. I got to school in record time. Oh god, this is like those left behind pranks people used to do. Leaving my bike in the bike rack, I adjusted my backpack on my shoulders and ran into the school. The halls were dark and empty. They were open? My footsteps echoed loudly on the hard floor. I dropped my coat into my locker. When I slammed the locker door, it sounded like an explosion in the empty hallway. The halls are kind of creepy when they're this empty, I thought. I jogged to my classroom, which was just a few doors down from my locker. My mom forgot to wake me, so I overslept. That was the excuse I'd planned to give Sharon as soon as I entered for being that. I mean, it wasn't just an excuse, it was the truth, but I never got to tell Sharon my reason for being late. I pulled open the door to the classroom and stared in shock. Empty. The room was empty. The lights hadn't been turned on, and yesterday's work was still on the chalkboard. Weird, I thought. But I didn't know then how weird things were going to get. I forgot for a moment I froze for a moment, staring into the empty, dark room. Then I decided that everyone must be an assembly for the in the auditorium. I turned quickly and made my way sorry um to the auditorium at the front of the school, jogging down the empty corridor. There we go. The door to the teacher's lounge was open. I peered in and was surprised to find it empty too. Maybe all the teachers are at the assembly, I thought. A few seconds later, I pulled open the double doors and the auditorium and peered into its darkness. The auditorium was silent and empty. I pushed the doors shut and began to run down the hall, stopping to look into every room. It didn't take long to realize that I was the only person in the building. No kids, no teachers. I even checked the janitor's room downstairs, no janitors. Has anybody seen that movie that they made a couple of years ago? And it was like it was put on Netflix, but it's like a total rip off of Home Alone, but she's in the school. That's what I'm thinking of. That was my knee. Is it Sunday? Is it a holiday? I tried to figure out where everyone had gone, but I couldn't. Feeling the first stirrings of panic in my chest, I dropped a quarter in the payphone next to the principal's office and called home. Is everyone? I shouted down the empty corridor. The only reply came from my echoing voice. Can anybody hear me? I shouted, cupping my hands around my mouth. Silence. I suddenly felt very frightened. I had to get out of the creepy school building. I grabbed my coat and started to run. I didn't even bother to close the locker door. Carrying my coat over my shoulder, I ran outside to the bike rack. My bike was the only bike parked there. Parked the car in the yard. I scolded myself for not noticing that when I arrived. I pulled on my coat, arranged my backpack, and started for home again. I saw no cars on the streets, no people. This is so weird, I cried aloud. My legs suddenly felt heavy, as if something was weighing them down. I knew it was my panic. I knew it was my panic. I've been there. My heart was pounding. I kept searching desperately for someone, anyone on the street. Halfway home, I turned around. Sorry, my brain is Ghostbird. And headed my bike to town. The small shopping district was just a few blocks north of the school. I rode into the center of the street. There was no reason not to. No cars or trucks appeared in either direction. The bank came into view, followed by the grocery store. As I pedaled as hard as I could, I noticed all the other shops that lined the sides of Montrose Avenue. All dark and empty, not a soul in town, not a person in any store, no one. So I braked the bike in front of Farber's Hardware and jumped off. The bike fell onto its side. I stepped into the sidewalk and listened. Onto the sidewalk and listened. The only sound was the banging of a shutter being blown by the wind above the barber shop. Hello, I called at the top of my voice. Hello. I started running frantically from store to store, pressing my face against the windows, the peering inside, searching desperately for another human being. Back and forth, I covered both sides of the street, my fear growing heavier inside me with each step, with each dark store. Hello, hello, can anybody hear me? but I knew it was a waste of my voice. Standing in the center of the street, staring at the dark stores and empty sidewalks, I knew that I was alone. Alone in the world. I suddenly realized my second wish had been granted. Judith had disappeared, and everyone else had disappeared with her. Everyone. I thought Judith answered the phone. Let me go back. She said Judith wasn't gone. I'm confused. Still in the Avery and Cockroach plotline. Ooh, that sounds scary, Austin. There was this trend in the late 90s, early 2000s where people would get together and prank, usually teenagers within the Christian community, and make them think that like everybody had been raptured and he was just the only one alive left there. Literally the only one in the world. It would be so scary. Warning, I think. Okay. That makes sense. Copy that. Let's see. Yeah. Judith. Yeah, Judith must have answered last night and then still been gone. Mm. My mom and dad, my brother, Ron, everyone. Would I ever see them again? Dark. I slumped down to the cement stoop in front of the barber shop and hugged myself, trying to stop my body from trembling. Now what? I wondered miserably. Now what? Being grown up in a southern evangelical community, I remember the Left Behind jokes well. It was just absurd back then as it is now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Remember everybody being obsessed with the Left Behind books? I'm going to talk about some messed up books for literal children. All right. Chapter 20. I don't know how long I sat there on the stoop, hugging myself, my head lowered, my mind in total spinning panic. I would have sat there forever, listening to the banging shutter, listening to the wind blow through the deserted street. If my stomach hadn't started to growl and grunt and grumble. I stood up suddenly and remembered that I had missed my breakfast. Sam, you're all alone in the world. How can you think about eating? I asked myself aloud. I mean, it is pretty vital to survival, Sam. Somehow it was comforting to hear a human voice, even though it was my own. I'm starving, I shouted. I listened for a response. It was really stupid, but I refused to give up hope. This is all Judith's fault, I muttered, picking my bike up from the street. I rode home through the empty streets and my eyes searching the deserted yards and houses. As I passed the Carter's house on the corner of my block, I expected their little white terrier to come yapping after me, the bike like he always had done. Oh no, not the terrier, not the dog. Save the dog. Where's her dog? But there weren't even any dogs left in my world, not even my poor little pumpkin. There was just me, Samantha Bird, the last person on Earth. Okay, I think Samantha finally has graduated to a higher level of trauma than Monster Blood Kid, whatever his name was. The movies are hilarious. I don't think I've ever seen the movies. I never read the books. They're bad. From what I've heard and seen about them. I always refused when people were like, you gotta read Left Behind. Ooh. My calendar has Michael Jackson dog on it. It's a very cute doggo. As soon as I got home, I rushed into the kitchen and made myself a peanut butter sandwich. Gobbling it down, I stared at the open peanut butter jar. It was nearly empty. How am I going to feed myself? I wondered aloud. What do I do when the food runs out? I started to fill a glass with orange juice, but I hesitated and filled it up only halfway. Do I rob the grocery store? Yeah, I asked myself. Do I just take the food I need? Is it really robbing if there's no one there? If there's no one anywhere? Does it matter? Does anything matter? How can I take care of myself? I'm only 12, I shouted. This is a social, existential crisis, is what I was trying to say. For the first time, I felt the urge to cry, but I jammed another hunk of peanut butter sandwich into my mouth and forced the urge away. Instead, I turned my thoughts to Judith, and my unhappiness and fear quickly gave way to anger. If Judith hadn't made fun of me, hadn't tried to embarrass me, if Judith hadn't constantly sneered at me and said, Bird, why don't you just fly away? And all the other horrible things she'd said to me, then I never would have made any wishes about her. And I wouldn't be alone now. Alright, you gotta take some responsibility, though. I get it, it's an accident, but, like, come on. I hate you, Judith, I screamed. I jammed the last section of sandwich into my mouth, but it didn't chew. I froze and listened. I heard something. Footsteps. Someone walking in the living room. Oh, dear. Okay. Be right back again, guys. Hang on 1 second. I'm back. Oh my gosh. I got wished away with everybody else. That's actually very funny. Oh my goodness. It looks like we've peaked at least 22 concurrents tonight. That's actually a huge deal. Thank you guys. Let's go back to desk. Ooh. Nope, that one. That's the one. Keep doing that. Hello, I'm back. All right. All right, almost done, you guys. All right. I swallowed the sandwich section whole and went tearing into the living room. Mom? Dad? Were they back? Were they really back? No. I stopped in the living room doorway when I saw Clarissa. She was standing in the center of the room, her black hair reflecting the light from the front window, a pleasant smile on her face. Her bright red shawl was draped loosely over her shoulders. She wore a long black jumper over a white, high-collared blouse. You! I cried breathlessly. How did you get in? She shrugged. Her smile grew wider. Why did you do this to me? I shrieked, my anger bursting out of me. How could you do this to me? I demanded, gesturing at the empty room, the empty house. I didn't, she replied quietly. She walked to the window. In the bright afternoon sunlight, her skin appeared pale and wrinkled. She looked. Nope. I don't know why the bowl is just. There's clutter. Oh no. Sorry. There. Make it a little easier to look at. In the bright afternoon sunlight, her skin appeared pale and wrinkled. She looked so old. But, I sputtered, too furious to speak. You did it, she said, her smile fading. You made the wish. I granted it. I didn't wish for my family to disappear, I screamed, striding into the room, my hands balled into tight fists. I didn't wish for everyone in the world to disappear. You did that. You wished for Judith Bellwood to disappear, Clarissa said, adjusting the shawl on her shoulders. I granted the wish as best I knew how. No, you tricked me, I insisted angrily. She snickered. Magic is often unpredictable. She said, I figured you would not be happy with your last wish. That is why I have returned. You have one more wish. Would you like to make it now? Yes, I exclaimed. I want my family back. I want all the people back. Be careful, she warned, pulling the red glass ball from the purple bag. Think carefully before you make your final wish. I am trying to repay your kindness to me. I do not want you to be unhappy with the results of your wish. I started to reply, but stopped. She was right. I had to be careful. I had to make the right wish this time, and I had to say it the right way. Take your time, she urged softly. Since this is your final wish, it shall be permanent. Be very careful. I stared into her eyes as they turned from black to red, reflecting the red glow of the ball in her hand, and I thought as hard as I could. What should I wish for? Chapter 22. Yeah. Oh, how many pages we got? Just about 6. The light from the living room window faded as the clouds rolled over the sun. As the light dimmed, the old woman's face darkened. Deep black ruts formed beneath her eyes. Lines creased from her forehead. She seemed to sag into the shadows. Here is my wish, I said in a trembling voice. I spoke slowly, carefully. I wanted to consider each word. I didn't want to slip up this time. I didn't want to give her a chance to trick me. I'm listening, she whispered, her face completely covered by shadow now, except for her eyes, glowing with red as fire. I cleared my throat. I took a deep breath. Here's my wish, I repeated carefully. I wish for everything to return to normal. I want everything to be exactly the way it was. But, I hesitated. Should I finish this part of it? Yes, I told myself. I want everything to be the way it was. But, I want Judith to think that I'm the greatest person who ever lived. I will grant your third wish, she said, raising the glass bowl high. Your second wish will be cancelled. Time will back up to this morning. Goodbye, Samantha. Goodbye, I said. I was swallowed up by the radiating red glow. When it faded, Clarissa had vanished. Do we still have Austin in chat for a limerick for the third one? I wish you would go F yourself. Yeah, pretty much. Sam, rise and shine. My mother's voice floated up to my room from downstairs. I sat straight up in bed, instantly awake. Mom, I cried happily. I remembered everything. I remembered waking up in an empty house, in an empty world, and I remember my third wish. But time had gone back to this morning. I glanced at the clock. 7. Mom was waking me up at the usual time. Mom! I leapt out of bed, ran downstairs in my nightshirt, and joyfully threw my arms around her, hugging her tight. Mom! Sam? Are you okay? She stepped back, a startled expression on her face. You running a fever? Good morning, I cried happily, hugging Pumpkin, who seemed just as startled. Oh, Pumpkin! Is Dad still home? I was so eager to see him too. I knew that he was back. He left a few minutes ago, Mom said, still examining me suspiciously with her eyes. Oh, Mom, I exclaimed. I couldn't conceal my happiness. I hugged her again. Whoa, I heard Ron enter the kitchen behind us. I turned to see him staring at me, his eyes narrow in disbelief, behind his glasses. I ran over and hugged him too. Mom, what did you put in her orange juice? He demanded, struggling back away from me. Yuck, let go of me. Mom shrugged. Don't ever ask me to explain your sister, she replied dryly. She turned to the kitchen cabinets. Go get dressed, Sam. You don't want to be late. What a beautiful morning, I exclaimed. Yeah, beautiful, Ron repeated, yawning. She must have had some terrific dreams or something, Sam. You must have had some terrific dreams or something, Sam. I laughed and hurried upstairs to go get dressed. I couldn't wait to go to school. I laughed and hurried upstairs to get dressed. I couldn't wait to go to school. Oh, I see. I couldn't wait to see my friends, to see the halls filled once again with talking, laughing faces. Pedaling my bike as hard as I could, I grinned every time a car passed. I loved seeing people. Again. Does anybody remember that Monk episode where they all think he's an alien and he also thinks he's gonna die from dehydration in the desert? And he's like, please just give me one more chance. I want people. And then he's like, all of a sudden the people are like, there he is, and they all think he's a UFO. And he's like, not these people. Or he came to Earth on a UFO, I should say. I waved at Mrs. Miller across the street, bending to pick up her morning newspaper. Good morning, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. I didn't even mind it when Carter's terrier came chasing after my bike, barking his high-pitched yip and nipping my ankles. Good dog, I cried gleefully. Everything is normal, I told myself. Everything is wonderfully normal. Everything is normal. Everything is wonderfully normal today. I don't know how to make that sound like the Everything is Awesome song. I opened the front door to school. The sound of crashing locker doors and shouting kids. Great! I cried aloud. A sixth grader came tearing around the corner and bumped right into me, practically knocking me over as I made my way to my locker. Do. Sorry. I didn't cry out angrily. I just smiled. I was so happy to be back in school, back in my crowded, noisy school. Unable to stop grinning, I unlocked my locker and pulled open the door. I called out a cheerful greeting to some friends across the hall. Why does this book feel like R.L. Stine was guilt-tripping his son? Although his son says that he never read and has never read a Goosebumps book, which I find fascinating, don't you? After rewatching Poker Face, yeah, it's that good. Monk is good. It's a very like cozy crime. I just love it very much. It's something that I put on as like a comfort thing when I'm working, or just when I need something on, because I've seen it so much and I just love it. With no one around from the east to the west, all shall return and you'll be the best. Oh, I love it. I love the episode of Johnny Bravo where he thinks time is frozen, but it's just a coincidence that no one is moving when he's around. That's funny. Unable to stop grinning, I unlocked my locker and pulled open the door. I called out a cheerful greeting to some friends across the hall. Do you know Coming to America where Eddie Murphy opens up the windows and he's like, "Good morning," and he's in Queens, so somebody yells back, "Fuck you," and he goes, "Yes, fuck you too." I always think about that. Some friends across the hall. I even said good morning to Mrs. Reynolds, our principal. "Hey, Stork," a seventh grade boy called to me. He made a funny face, then disappeared around the corner. I didn't care. I didn't care what anyone called me. The sound of so many voices was wonderful. As I started to take my coat off, I saw Judith and Anna arrive. They were busy chatting, both talking at once, but Judith stopped when she saw me. "Hi, Judith," I called warily. I wondered what Judith would be like now. Would she treat me any differently? Would she be nicer to me? Would she remember how much she and I used to hate each other? Would she be any different at all? Judith gave Anna a little wave and came hurrying over to me. "Morning, Sam," she said and smiled. Then she pulled off her wool ski cap, and I gasped. Uh-oh. Or stream that I have, or a stream like this. Yeah, tomorrow I've been trying to get. I've just been in this pattern of we've only been getting one video out a week, which is fine. I'd like to get back to at least 2 videos a week, but for now I'll settle for one. But I've got some work to do on what will be tomorrow's video. Well, later today's video coming out. So I've got to get moving. I hope I didn't block anyone. I was moving some things. You're good. Poker is only 10 episodes for this easy to binge. Once Upon a Time it's like 22 episodes and harder to follow. Plus I can't watch it now because my friend hasn't paid the bill this month. Oh dear. Well, I'll cover another one of those episodes soon, so slowly but surely we'll get through it together. How far have you watched? Once Upon a Time has how many? 7 seasons with about 16 to 22 episodes each. Yeah. "Judith, your hair!" I cried in astonishment. Chapter 23. I'm 10 episodes in. Okay. Do you like it? I cried in astonishment. "Do you like it?" she asked, staring at me eagerly. She had cut it shorter like mine and had tied a ponytail on the side, just like mine. I guess, I stammered. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at me. Oh, I'm so glad you like it, Sam, she cried gratefully. It looks just like yours, doesn't it? Or did I cut it too short? Do you think it should be longer? She studied my hair. I think yours might be longer. No, 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 it's great, Judith, I told her, backing towards my locker. Of course, it's not as good as yours, Judith continued, staring at my ponytail. My hair just isn't as pretty as yours. It isn't as fine as and the color is too dark. I don't believe this, I thought. It looks good, I said softly. I pulled my coat off and hung it in my locker. Then I bent to pick up my backpack. Where are all these kids getting full-length lockers? This is like the second or third book where somebody's like, and then I had a full-length locker. And it's like, really? My cousins, when they went to public school, had to literally share half-size lockers because there were way too many kids in our school, and there just weren't enough lockers. Then I bent to pick up my backpack. Let me carry that, Judith insisted. She grabbed it out of my hands. Really, I don't mind, Sam. I started to protest, but Anna interrupted. What are you doing? She asked Judith, flashing me a cold glance. Let's get to class. You go without me, Judith replied. I want to carry Sam's backpack for her. Huh? Anna's mouth dropped open. Are you totally losing it, Judith? She demanded. I love that Anna's had a literal Mandela experience. She's like, I remember when this wasn't the case. Judith ignored her question. She turned back to me. I love that t-shirt, Sam. It's ribbed, isn't it? Did you get it at the Gap? Oh boy, the Gap. Anybody remember shopping at the Gap? That's where I got mine. Look, I'm wearing one just like yours. I goggled in surprise. Sure enough, Judith was wearing the same style t-shirt, only hers was gray and mine was pale blue. Judith, what's your problem? Anna asked, applying a 20th layer of bright orange lipstick on her lips. And what'd you do to your hair? She cried, suddenly noticing the new style. Doesn't it look just like Sam's? Judith asked her, flipping the ponytail with one hand. Anna rolled her eyes. Judith, have you gone psycho or something? Give me a break, Anna, Judith replied. I'd like to talk to Sam, okay? Huh? Anna knocked on Judith's head as if knocking on a door. Anyone home? See you later, okay? Judith said impatiently. Anna sighed, then walked away angrily. Judith turned back to me. Can I ask you a favor? Yeah, sure, I replied. What kind of favor? She hoisted my backpack over her left shoulder. Her own backpack hung on her right shoulder. Would you help me work on my foul shot at practice this afternoon? I wasn't sure I'd heard Judith correctly. I stared at her, my mouth hanging open. Would you? She pleaded. I'd really like to try shooting fouls your way, you know, underhanded. I bet I'd have a lot more control shooting them underhanded, the way you do. That was what you said just twice, and with more words the second time. This was too much. Too much. And I stared at Judith. I saw absolutely no. As I stared at Judith, I saw absolute worship in her eyes. She was the best foul shooter on the team, and here she was begging me to show her how to shoot the klutzy way I did. Yeah, okay. I'll try to help you, I told her. You're such a pal, and do you think I could borrow your social studies and notes later? Mine are such a mess. Well, I said thoughtfully, my notes were so bad even I couldn't make them out. I'll copy them over and get them right back to you. Promise, Judith said breathlessly. I think the weight of 2 backpacks was starting to get to her. Okay, you can borrow them, I told her. We started walking to class. Several kids stopped to stare at Judith, lugging 2 backpacks on her shoulders. Where did you get your Doc Martens? She asked, and we entered the room. I wanted to get a pair just like yours. What a laugh, I thought. I'm very pleased with myself. This is an absolute riot. The change in Judith was simply hilarious. Little did I know, it was It was all I could do not to burst out laughing. Little did I know that my laughter would quickly turn to horror. I was gonna say, when does the other shoe? When does the other Doc Martin drop in this scenario? It's never a Gap kid. We were more Walmart. LOL. I mean, we would go to the Gap when we were being fancy people. But yeah, my mother loved the Gap, especially in the 90s when we were little. I have so many pictures of me in like Gap corduroy dresses. It's a lot. Judith was about to ask for her social security card, right? Husky section, JCPenney kid. The Gap tie-dye shirts. Ooh, that unlocked a memory. I still go to Old Navy. I haven't been to an Old Navy in ages. And stuff. My mom made a lot of my clothes when I was a little kid. Oh, that's cute. That's really cute. When I finally make my MySpace page, I'll have to post some embarrassing photos from when I was a kid and just be like, here's me in the Gap corduroy dress. And cost effective. Yep. It started to get really embarrassing. Judith wouldn't leave me alone. She hung around me wherever I went. When I got up to sharpen my pencil, she followed me and sharpened hers. My throat got dry during the spelling test, and I asked Lisa if I could run out to the water fountain and get a drink. As I was bending over the fountain, I turned and saw Judith right behind me. My throat is dry like yours, she explained, faking cough. Oh, it's making me thirsty. MySpace pics on the new MySpace. Old MySpace pics. Later during free reading, Lisa had to separate Judith and me because Judith wouldn't stop talking. At lunch, I took my usual place across the table from Corey. I had just started telling him about Judith's new attitude when she appeared at our table. Could you move down a seat? She asked the kid sitting next to me. I want to sit next to Sam. The kid moved and Judith dropped her lunch tray onto the table and took her seat. Would you like to trade lunches? She asked me. Yours looks so much better than mine. I was holding a mushed up tuna fish sandwich. This? I asked, waving it. Half the tuna fell out of the soggy bread. Yum, Judith exclaimed. Want my pizza? Sam, here, take it. She slid her tray in front of me. You bring the best lunches. I wish my mom packed lunches like yours. I could see Corey staring at me across the table, his eyes wide with disbelief. I really couldn't believe it either. All Judith wanted from the world was to be exactly like me. A few tables away near the wall, Anna sat by herself. She looked really glum. I saw her glance over to our table, frowning. Then she quickly lowered her eyes to her lunch. I think we only have like 13 pages left. After lunch, Judith followed me to my locker. She helped me pull out my books and notebooks and asked if she could carry my backpack. At first, I thought this was all really funny, but then I started to get annoyed and embarrassed. I saw that kids were laughing at us. Two boys from my class followed us down the hall, snickering. I heard the other kids talking about Judith and me in the hall. They stopped when Judith and I walked by, but I saw amused smirks on their faces. She's making me look like a total jerk, I realized. The whole school is laughing at us. Are you getting braces? Judith asked me as we made our way back to the classroom. Someone told me you were getting braces. Yeah, I'm getting them, I grumbled, rolling my eyes. Great, Judith declared. That I want to get them too. You don't want braces, Judith. Judith, I'm glad I had braces because my teeth look good now, but damn, were braces a lot. Ooh. Showing any interest in my family privacy. One of my favorite childhood photos is from the day my sister was born. My mom is lying on the hospital bed holding the baby, and my brother and I are looking at the camera like, meh. Oh, that's funny. Like, so unimpressed with this new child. Oh, you were serious about this baby thing? Okay, I guess. That's fine. I started to feel bad for Anna at this point. Yeah, I do kind of feel bad for Anna. Braces are cute. Well, thank you. I think braces are cute too. It's not really that I was embarrassed of how I looked with braces. It was just, it was a lot of pain. Of course, my brother had to have what's basically like modern headgear, and it's all inside your mouth now with like the expansion bar. So I shouldn't even complain because I didn't have to have that at least. After school, I hurried to the gym expecting to have basketball practice, and all the excitement over the wishes, I had forgotten that we had an actual game that afternoon. The girls' team from Edgemont Middle School was already on the floor warming up by shooting layups. Most of their shots were dropping in. They were big. Wait. Most of their shots were dropping in. They were big, tough-looking girls. We had heard that they were a really good team, and they looked it. I changed quickly and hurried out of the locker room. My teammates were huddled around Ellen for last-minute instructions. As I jogged over to them, I crossed my fingers on both hands and prayed that I wouldn't make it too big of a fool of myself in the game. Judith grinned at me as I joined the huddle. Then she practically embarrassed me out of my Reeboks by shouting, "Here she is! Here comes our star!" How many product placements are we up to? Like 5 at least? Anna and the others laughed, of course, but then their smiles quickly faded when Judith interrupted Ellen to announce, "Before the game starts, I think we should name Sam team captain." "You're joking," Anna cried. A few girls laughed. Ellen stared at me bewildered. "Our best player should be captain," Judith continued in all seriousness, "so it should be Sam, not me. All in favor, raise your hand." Judith shot her hand up in the air, but no one else did. "What's your problem?" Anna asked nastily. "What are you trying to do, Judith? Ruin our team?" Judith and Anna got into an angry shouting match over that, and Ellen had to pull them apart. Ellen stared at Judith as if she had lost her mind or something. Then she said, "Let's worry about who's captain later. Let's just go out and play a good game, okay?" The game was a disaster. Judith copied everything I did. If I tried to dribble and tripped over my feet, Judith would dribble and trip. If I threw a bad pass that was intercepted by the other team, Judith would throw a bad pass. When I missed an easy layup under the basket, Judith did the same thing, and deliberately missing the next time she had the ball. It was one flub after another, doubled because of Judith copying me, and the whole time she kept clapping and shouting, cheering me on. "Way to go, Sam! Nice try, Sam! You're the best, Sam!" It was so obnoxious, and I could see the girls on the Edgemont team snickering at us and laughing out loud when Judith fell head first into the bleachers just because I had done it a few plays before. Anna and the other players, just like people fall headfirst into the meat section on Supermarket Sweep. Anna and the other players on my team weren't laughing. Their expressions were glum and angry. "You're deliberately messing up," Anna accused Judith about halfway through the game. "I am not," Judith replied shrilly. "Why are you copying the clumsy ox?" Yikes, that clumsy ox, I heard Anna demand. Judith grabbed her and knocked her down, and they began wrestling angrily on the floor, screaming and tearing at each other furiously. It took Ellen and the referee to stop the fight. Sportsmanship Both girls were given a harsh lecture about sportsmanship and sent to the locker room. Ellen made me sit down on the bench. I was glad. I really didn't feel like playing anymore. Page 111, 111. No wish or something. As I watched the rest of the game, I couldn't concentrate on it at all. I kept thinking about my third and final wish and how I'd blown it again. To my dismay, I realized that having Judith worship me was much worse than having her hate me. At least when she hated me, she left me alone. I had made 3 wishes, and each of them had turned into a nightmare. Now I was stuck with Judith, following me around, hanging on my every word, constantly praising everything I did, fawning over me like a lovesick puppy, and mainly being an unbelievable pest. I actually longed for the days which she had made fun of me in front of the whole class when she had followed after me, calling me Bird. Why don't you go fly away? Why don't you fly away, Bird? But what could I do? My 3 wishes were up. Was I going to be stuck with Judith for the rest of my life? We lost the game by 15 or 16 points. I didn't pay much attention to the score. I just wanted to get out of there. But when I trudged into the locker room to change, Judith was waiting for me. She handed me a towel. Good game, she cried, slapping me a high five. Huh? I could only gape at her. Can we study together after dinner, she asked, with pleading eyes. Please, you could help me with my algebra. You're so much better at it than I am. You're a real genius when it comes to algebra. Luckily, I had to go with my parents to visit my aunt after dinner. That gave me a good excuse not to study with Judith. But what would be my excuse the next time? And the next, and the next? My aunt wasn't feeling well, and the purpose of our visit wasn't to cheer her up. I'm afraid I didn't do a very good job. I barely said a word. I couldn't stop thinking about Judith. What could I do about her? I could get angry and tell her to leave me alone, but I knew that wouldn't help. I had wished for her to think I was the greatest person who ever lived. Now Judith was under an enchantment, under the power of the Crystal Woman's spell. Telling her to go away wouldn't discourage her in the least. I could just ignore her. That wouldn't be easy, since she was constantly in my shadow, asking me a million questions, begging to wait on me like a servant. What could I do? What? I thought about it all the way home. Even my parents noticed I was distracted. What's the problem, Sam? My mother demanded as we drove home. Oh, nothing, I lied, just thinking about schoolwork. When we got home, there were 4 phone messages on the answering machine for me, all from Judith. My mother stared at me curious. That's funny. I don't remember your being friends with her before, she said. Yeah, she's in my class, I told her. I didn't want to explain. I knew I couldn't explain. I hurried up to my room. I was totally exhausted from all the worrying, I guess. I changed into a nightshirt, clicked off the light, and climbed into bed. For a while I lay staring up at the ceiling, watching shadows of the tree outside my window weave back and forth. I tried to clear my mind, tried to picture fluffy white sheep leaping over fluffy white clouds. I was just drifting off to sleep when I heard the floorboards creak. Opening my eyes wide, I saw a black shadow move against the darkness of my closet. I uttered a choked cry as I realized that someone was in my room. Before I could move, a hot, dry hand grabbed me by the arm. 1 more chapter. Or 2 more chapters, sorry, 2 more chapters. How many pages? I don't want to spoil myself. Oh, we only have like 7 pages left. Okay. Which is good because it's 1:27, almost 1:30. Here's my bookmark. I'm literally looking right at it. Okay. I read this book where a couple was like stalker obsessed with a girl who has adult braces, and they said it makes her look like a sexy shark. And that has been in my mind a long time. It was not a good book. Didn't like it. Dude, the fuck? She got what she wanted, but she don't want what you got. In the words of Dr. Facilier, you got what you wanted, but you lost what you had. A wonderful quote, by the way. But so messed up that all she did, help an old lady find her way home, because of that, she gets replayed with such a fucked up life, right? Because she knew death was the other possibility. Yeah, that makes it extra fucked up. Honestly. Definitely Psycho Austin, yep. My brother said Kit Kats were mid the other day, and I was offended. I love Kit Kats. If that just means he won't steal my Kit Kats. Chapter 25. I tried to scream, but the hand slid over my mouth. I'm going to choke, I thought, frozen in panic. I can't breathe. Shh, don't scream, my attacker whispered. The light clicked on. The hand left my mouth. Judith, I rasped, my voice catching in my throat. She smiled at me, her green eyes flashing with excitement, and raised a finger to her lips. Shh, Judith, what are you doing here? I managed to cry, finding my voice. My heart was still pounding so hard I could barely breathe. How did you get in? Your back door was unlocked, she whispered. I hid in the closet to wait for you. I guess I fell asleep for a little while. But why? I demanded angrily. I pulled myself up and lowered my feet to the floor. What did you want? Her smile faded. Her mouth formed a pout. You said we could study together, she said in a little girl voice. I waited for you, Sam. This was the last straw. Get out, I cried. I started to say more, but a knock on my door startled me into silence. Sam, are you okay? My dad called in. Are you talking to someone? No, I'm fine, Dad, I said. You're not on the phone, are you? He asked suspiciously. You know you're not supposed to call people this late. No, I'm going to sleep now, I told him. I waited till I heard his footsteps on the stairs. Literally everything would be better than having to explain this. Just say you're talking to yourself. It's worse. It's easier to explain than this. Maybe someday the camera will refocus. Sometimes this helps. Sometimes I can get it to refocus, but sometimes I can't. I waited till I heard footsteps on the stairs. Then I turned back to Judith. You have to go home, I whispered, as soon as the coast is clear. But why? She demanded, hurt. You said we'd study our algebra. I did not, I cried. Anyway, it's too late. You have to go home. Your parents must be going nuts worrying about you. Judith? She shook her head. I sneaked out. They think I'm asleep in bed, she smiled, but that's so great of you to worry about my parents, Sam. You really are the most considerate girl I know. Her stupid compliment made me even angrier. I was so furious I wanted to tear her apart with my bare hands. I love your room, she gushed, glancing around quickly. Did you pick out all the posters yourself? I sighed in total exasperation. Judith, I just want you to go home. Now. I snarled slowly, one word at a time, so that maybe she would hear me. Can we study together tomorrow? She pleaded. I really need your help, Sam. Maybe, I replied, but you can't sneak into my house anymore. And you're so smart, Judith gushed. Where did you get that nightshirt? The stripes are terrific. I wish I had one like it. Motioning for her to be silent, I crept into We crept into the hall. The lights had been turned off. My parents had gone to bed. Tugging Judith by the hand, I led the way downstairs, tiptoeing silently, taking it one step at a time. Then I practically shoved her out of the front door and swung it closed with a soft click behind her. I stood in the dark entryway, panting hard, my mind racing. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? It took me hours to get to sleep. And when I finally drifted off, I dreamt about Judith. You look tired, dear, my mom said at breakfast. I didn't sleep very well, I confessed. When I headed out to the front door to go to school, Judith was waiting for me by the driveway. She smiled at me and waved cheerily. I thought we could walk to school this morning, she chirped. But if you want to ride your bike, I'll be happy to run alongside. No, I shrieked. No, please, no. I was totally lost it. I just couldn't stand it anymore. I dropped my backpack and started to run. I didn't know where I was running, and I didn't care. I just knew I had to run away from her. Sam, wait up. I turned to see her chasing after me. No, please, go away, I screamed. But I couldn't see her pick up, but I could see her pick up speed, her sneakers thudding against the sidewalk starting to catch up. I turned to someone's yard and ran behind a hedge, trying to lose her. Still trying to get used to turning my body so that that camera is a little bit more, I'm facing that camera a little more. Oh. Secret sunning against the sidewalk. I turned to someone and ran behind a hedge, trying to lose her. Just picturing that scene in Camp Rock where Joe Jonas just goes flying into the bushes and trips, and they kept it in. I didn't really know what I was doing. I had no plan, no destination. I just had to run. Now I'm a crawl into bed. Sophia! Hi! All's well in the community. Good to see you here. Always good to hear from Sophia. Like listening a bit. That's cool. Her dad that a stalker is in her bedroom. I have no idea. Maybe because she thought he wouldn't believe her. Dusk dull while listening to the stream. I needle felted her face, and I really like how it turned out. Yay! Kind of psycho. Oh yeah. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. All right. Where was I? I just had to run. Okay. I was running through backyards now, across driveways, and behind garages, and Judith followed, running at full speed, her short ponytail bobbing as she ran. Sam, wait! Sam! She called breathlessly. I suddenly was running through the woods, a thick tangle of trees, and tall weeds. I weaved through them, first this way, then that, jumping over fallen branches, plunging through thick piles of dead brown leaves. I've got to lose her, I told myself. I've got to get away. But then I stumbled over an upraised tree root and fell sprawling face down on the carpet of dead leaves. Typical klutz move. And a second later, Judith was standing over me. Oh boy. Okay, last chapter, guys, and then we can all go to bed. Let's wish with no wishes granted, and regrets start to hover. Take them all back and give them to another. I glanced up from the ground and saw my shock that it wasn't Judith. Clarissa hovered over me, her red shawl tight around her shoulders, her black eyes staring intently. You! I cried angrily and started to scramble to my feet. You are unhappy, she said softly, frowning. Your wishes have ruined my life, I cried, furiously brushing dead leaves off the front of my sweater. I don't want you to be unhappy, she replied. I was trying to repay your kindness. I wish I'd never met you, I cried angrily. Very well. She raised the round red crystal ball in one hand. As she raised it, her dark eyes began to glow in the same scarlet color as the crystal. I will cancel your third wish. Make one final wish. Since you are so unhappy, I shall grant you one more. I could hear the crunching of the leaves close behind me. Judith was catching up. I wish I'd never met you, I cried to the crystal woman. I wish Judith had met you instead of me. Ooh, interesting. The crystal glowed brighter until the red light surrounded me in its glare. When it faded, I was standing on the edge of the woods. Phew, I thought that was a relief. What a great break. I'm so lucky. I could see Judith and Clarissa standing in the shade of a wide tree. They were huddled together, talking intently. This was a perfect revenge, I told myself. Now Judith will make a wish, and her life will be totally ruined. Chuckling to myself, I strained. Oh, I see where this is going. I strained to hear what they were saying. I was dying to know what Judith would wish for. I'm pretty sure I heard Judith say, "Bird, why don't you fly away?" But that didn't make any sense. I was so happy, so deliriously happy. I was free, totally free. I suddenly felt so different, lighter, happier. Let Judith have her wishes, I thought gleefully. Let her see what it's like. Tilting my head, I saw a juicy brown earthworm poke its head up from the ground. All of a sudden, I was feeling pretty hungry. I jabbed my head forward and caught to the end of the worm. Then I ate it. Very tasty. I fluttered my wings, testing the wind. Then I took off, flying low over the woods. The cool breeze felt so refreshing against my feathers. As I fluttered, my wings harder, swooping higher into the sky, I glanced down and saw Judith. She was standing beside Clarissa. Judith stared up at me from the ground, and I guess she got her first wish because she had the biggest smile on her face. No. Oh, never mind, never mind. Judith, the bitch. She won't care what would happen to you. Oh, gosh. Fly away, little bird. I like that one. That was a good one. They make her spread her wings. Totally one of the best twist endings. I love how the narration doesn't even really register that it's a bad thing. It's just a thing. And we're all just like, oh no. Glad to have finally caught a live stream. I'm glad you caught a live stream too, Jonathan. Come back. I've listened to several of their old videos and really appreciate the chill tone. Thank you. Keep up the good work and have a good night. You too. We'll be back streaming tomorrow if you're, and you can obviously catch all the old VODs and past videos and things. And tomorrow there will be a new video up with any luck. So, yeah, thank you. Thanks for sticking around. Moral of the story, be a huge bitch and life will just turn out all right in the end. You know what? Honestly, yeah. The greatest horror story of all time. The truest horror story. If you're the bitches get what they want, apparently. I read the story since middle school and I hope you enjoyed it. I really did. This is a really good one. I really enjoyed this one. R.L. Stine is really underrated for his twist endings and just his wry sense of humor, and I will always appreciate him for it. For any who are curious, our next book from the original 64, 62? How many are in the original? Let's see, 60 something. 62, I see 1 through 62. Next one we have from the original run of the series. We've read 12 now. Welcome to Dead House, Stay Out of the Basement, Monster Blood, Say Cheese and Die, Curse of the Mummy, Let's Get Invisible, The Night of the Living Dummy, Girl Who Cried Monster, Welcome to Camp Nightmare, Ghost Next Door, Haunted Mask, and now Be Careful What You Wish For. So we've read a dozen of the first ones, and then we've also read two. One from Most Wanted and one from not Slappy World. Goosebumps Horrorland. We've read The 12 Screams of Christmas from, I think that's Most Wanted, and then Slappy New Year. So the next one we'll read when we read a Goosebumps book will be Piano Lessons Can Be Murder. And tomorrow we're going to read California Diaries, Maggie Diary 2, which is book 8 in the series, for anybody who's wondering. Oh, can't wait for Piano Lessons Can Be Murder. I don't think I ever read that one. I've always wanted to, though. Another moral, don't be kind to people who wouldn't do the same to you. Well, the funny thing was she wasn't trying to be nice to her. She was trying to get even with her. Assumed Judith regretted her wish and had it reversed at the end. However, let's be real, she's a huge bitch and probably had her next wish be to have a hunter shoot the bird and fry it up. Jesus, yeah. Good night, Laser. Good day tomorrow. Oh, by the way, if anybody's wondering, I've started doing week by week schedules. So this week, the entire schedule is on the Discord server in the Enter into the Foyer section. Good night, everybody. I will see you tomorrow for those of you who are going to be hanging out with us tomorrow. Thank you for watching, whether you're live with me or watching it back. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Sorry the frame didn't survive USPS. Oh, that's totally fine. I already have another frame for it. I just felt so bad because it's such pretty artwork. I'm so glad the artwork actually survived, and I felt so bad because I could tell you put a lot of work into like getting it all like shipped right, and then somehow they just massively screwed it up. So I'll post some pictures. Yeah, feel free to use said pictures and be like, how did you do this? But yeah, thank you again so much for the artwork. It was so beautiful. The card that you sent was so great. I loved it so much. Just know that it's going to be living on the wall forever now, right next to the other piece of artwork. That will randomly crash on me. Night all. Till next time, have a good one. Have a good night. Have a good night, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. You guys are all the best. I appreciate you so much. And yeah, night, guys.